Ubi Snack, congratulations, you are first. What's going on, dude? Oh, man. Just got home from your e-bike ride. That sounds like fun. It is too fucking cold out to ride my bike.
Ask for substitute.
Alright guys, no longer natty.
And so exactly, Alex Eubank is not natty. But here's the thing, do we care? Coach Greg, and finally a video where Alex Eubank admits to taking banned performance-enhancing drugs. Up until now, he's never stated that he's taken anything that's been banned by WADA, that he's 100% natural. I've spoken about the fact that I didn't believe that he was natural, that I thought he was taking enclomiphene. I described how it would be very difficult to go from having lower levels of testosterone to that into the 900s simply by eating more and taking rest in the gym. But in this video, he literally admits to no longer being natural. And so what is he taking and why? We're going to explain it, talk about the doses, everything you need to know about BPC.
Dude, wasn't Greg, like, going on and on about how he doesn't think Alex Eubank is natty, like, before?
157. And so in case...
Jesus Christ. Okay. I've taken a course of BPC 157. It is not something that I would say you're not natty for taking. It's a healing peptide. It doesn't seem to have any anabolic effect. And it's not something you can take long term. Like, you can only do a few weeks of it at a time.
If you've never heard of that, BPC 157 is a healing peptide, but it's banned by WADA. WADA is a governing body that tests drug-tested sports, such as the Olympics, and they list a variety of drugs.
Okay, just because something's banned by WADA, that doesn't mean shit. I'm pretty sure Advil is banned by WADA. WADA. Let's see. I don't know if their search is working properly. I know there's some over-the-counter shit. I don't even know if I'm spelling some of this shit properly. Pretty sure there's certain levels of caffeine that you're not allowed to have.
Drugs, peptides, SARMs, etc., that you can't take if you want to compete. And so if Alex Eubank were to enter a competition and they were to watch this video, they could say, hey, you can't compete, you're breaking the rules. Now, one thing I want to make clear, I personally have nothing against anyone taking
Well, Frank released another retarded video. Can we watch this cringe please, daddy, please?
We'll watch that in a few minutes. Thanks for the donation, Obese to Gay.
Taking any of these things, so long as you're not breaking the law and you're doing so with the advice and consent from your doctor. Now remember, BPC 157, oftentimes people are getting it underground. You don't actually know what you're taking. But there is research to show that it does in fact speed wound healing. It does so by increasing blood vessel growth to the wounded area. And so in Alex Eubank's case, he has a sore shoulder pain. He has a torn labrum. And so by
I actually took... Wait, did I take BPC 157 or was it something else? I can't even remember now. I know I took a healing peptide. It might have been BPC. Now I'm thinking it's something else. Wait, let me look up the email.
I tried safety bar squats at the gym for the first time and I noticed I was able to handle less weight. Can these replace barbell back squats? Especially since I'm prioritizing quad growth. Day 5 of asking vegan gains, where the fuck is the dual kick stream?
Yeah, I forgot again. I can't even find the thing. I don't know why I can't find the email. Weird. Thanks for the donation, that asshole. Tried safety bar squats. Noticed I was able to handle less weight. Yeah, so safety bar squats are more like a front squat, so you're not going to be able to use as much weight. They can replace barbell back squats. You don't need to do barbell back squats. TB 500 is what I took. Yes, thank you for jogging my memory. I didn't take BPC 157 because there's less research supporting it. TB 500 has a lot more human research supporting it. But I took TB 500. So yeah, you can replace barbell back squats with a safety squat bar. Just, there's no problem. Thanks for the nation, Son Goku.
This vid is long but really good journalism.
Alright, let me take a look in a second.
Yeah, my name is Dennis. I've been doing fentanyl for some years now, for about 3, 4 years, 5 years.
Probably watch that later. Thanks for the nation, Ali G. Leo M donated $2. Is 6 feet tall considered average height? No. That is a little above average. I'm Eastern European and went to Colombia, and everybody thought I was tall, which was bizarre to me because in the US, I don't stick out much. Well, yeah, in Colombia, they're shorter, so... 6 foot is above average in the US, though. Thanks for the nation, Leo.
Hostage deal dropped. 50 women and children released by Hamas. 150 women and children prisoners released by Israel. 4-day ceasefire in effect. Here's some tunnels in depth under Al-Shifa.
The Shifa hospital compound.
I heard of the hostage transfer. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to negotiate a return of the male prisoners. So it's only going to be women and children.
We're underneath the ground. We are approximately between the Qatarian building is above us, and this is the way to the street. meaning this is a way that goes outside from the hospital. We are talking about a tunnel which is more than this, only this specific area is more than 300 meters of a tunnel. So this area goes directly outside of the hospital, approximately to one of the areas outside, maybe a mosque, maybe an apartment, and it's blocked. It's blocked and sealed. They knew that we were going to come here more than a month ago, and they sealed it. And now we're going to see the infrastructure of the tunnel. This tunnel is a complex tunnel. It's not the ones that we know. It's more convenient.
Hey, come here. Don't make me come over there. Get your ass over here. Don't look at me. I said don't look at me. Don't fucking look at me. Don't fucking look at me. Don't fucking look at me.
Okay, I'll be sure not to do that. Thanks for the donation, Alan Woke.
Oh holy ceasefire. Praise be to the. They said you should not exist, but they were wrong as fuck, hee hee. Seriously, this could have happened 2 weeks ago. Hamas offered hostage exchanges if the bombings stopped. IDF just wanted to get their rocks off.
You're an idiot. That wasn't their only condition, it looks like. It seemed like one of the conditions was also a hostage exchange, and they wanted to exchange male prisoners. So, no. Thanks for the donation, though, dipshit. Dodo donated $2. Watch these and play Alan Wake by 11. Don't start too late. Let me see.
So Elon Musk defended himself this weekend without addressing the cause of his latest controversy, agreeing with an anti-Semitic post on his social media platform X. Last week, Musk endorsed the claim that Jewish communities push, quote, hatred against whites, writing in response, quote, you have said the actual truth. His statement prompted several large companies to pull ads from the platform. That includes Disney, Comcast, and CNN's parent, Warner Brothers Discovery. On Sunday, Musk did not directly address what he posted. Rather, he wrote that there were hundreds of bogus media stories claiming he is anti-Semitic and that nothing could be further from the truth. Tonight, we also learned that he is suing a progressive watchdog group, Media Matters, over analysis highlighting what they say is anti-Semitic content on X, once known as Twitter. As that continues to play out, Musk is facing a different battle, and he's facing a lawsuit that you may not have heard about. It centers on a 22-year-old named Ben Brody, who says his life was turned upside down by a conspiracy theory amplified by Musk on Twitter, which is...
I heard of that one. Musk accused this guy of being part of a Nazi rally, even though he wasn't even in the same state. That was insane. Elon Musk is a fucking retard, dude. Like, super, super retarded.
But you're a terrorist. You support terrorism.
Listen, go. I'm not support something.
No, you support terrorism.
I'm not some. Go. I'm just working here.
You're a terrible person.
You kill children, not me.
What?
Go.
My kids? What about my kids?
You kill children, not me. Go.
I didn't kill children.
Okay, why still
You
here?
know why? If we killed 4,000 Palestinian kids, you know what? It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough.
Go.
The man you just witnessed
That guy's an asshole.
Well, it's official. You are definitely not natty anymore. Such a shame. What do you think of this unicycle? Is this a good suspension test?
Hey guys, I'm gonna do my dock suspension test on the King Song S19. Let's see how it does.
Yeah, suspension looks like it works good. Thanks for the donation, Gay Cucking for Men.
Does this figure sound roughly accurate? If you supplement zinc gluconate, you absorb about 60% of it to zinc, so like 50 milligrams would give you 30 milligrams of actual zinc.
I have no idea what the absorption rate of those zinc supplements are. I would imagine they'd be pretty high. So, I would expect at least that much, but I'm not sure. I don't know what you can expect exactly when it comes to absorption rate. Thanks for the donation though, Sean. Kid Boo $20. Tucker is such a savage. Let me see.
Come in the country illegally as you did, you have a moral right to let your relatives come too?
Well, first of all, I did not come into the country illegally. Let's get the facts straight. I came to the U.S. on a plane on a tourist visa. So I did not come into this country illegally.
I thought that you overstayed. I'm sorry, I totally misunderstood your bio.
I did overstay my visa, but I did not come into the country illegally.
Oh, you were here illegally. Okay. So I guess that's what I just said. You come in the country.
That's not the same thing. But thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Tucker's just racist.
Convenient for long living, like you have toilets and you have rooms that were built in order to contain people. But this room is an operational room that had communication with electricity provided from the sources of the hospital, meaning the hospital is providing electricity. This room was evacuated and all the gear was evacuated. I guess it was evacuated when they knew or understand that we're going to enter into Shifa Hospital. You can see how long it is. More rooms. This is a room, where you can sleep, eat, make command control. It also has an air conditioning. This air conditioning goes above the hospital. One of the reasons that allows us to understand this complex is that we found the engine of the air conditioner, of course, outside, next to the Qatari compound, inside the hospital. Electricity, full electricity. The gear that was inside here was evacuated before we entered, but look at the ceiling. This is not just a regular tunnel. This is a high facility compound. Comes out from the hospital. The hospital provides, in that sense, electricity.
Yeah, dude, it's fucking hilarious. For how long were people fucking saying Israel was lying about the Al-Shifa hospital? And then, oh look, there was in fact a military facility underneath the hospital. Wow. Who would have thought?
Injecting PBC 157 into the shoulder, it's hoping to heal quicker, perhaps twice as fast as if he wasn't using it. And so what you do is you inject subcutaneously, that means under the skin, it doesn't have to be in the muscle, and near the injured site. The closer to the site, the better. You will in fact get systemic blood vessel growth throughout the body, but it's going to be more specific to where you inject it.
$2, the woke left is not satisfied with the ceasefire and they still won't vote for Biden, so he will lose to Trump. Because they're stupid and watch TikTok all day and don't understand the consequences of not voting. Also play Alan Wake at 11 or sooner. Do you understand me? Yes, Dodo, I think I understand. Ugh. If I don't get too sleepy, we'll probably play games soon. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind. Guess what I got today? I'm pretty sure every single one of you know exactly what I'm about to say because I've said it before and most likely or very likely I'll be saying it again. Good freaking news, everyone.
Yes, I see. Good news, everyone!
I got some more pro-Trump, anti-communist revolutionary news. More stacking victory every single day. I mean, the wins, the W's, keep stacking like a stack of frickin' pancakes. Now, all we're missing is the dash of syrup and cherry on top at the end here. That, of course, would be to be heard me right. That's not fake news. Trump is surging across the board even. Here's a head-to-head matchup in California, 2024 general election between Joe Biden.
Yeah, sure, Trump's ahead. I don't know if that really means much right now.
And so many people getting injured and they want to heal faster than last time, they're using BPC 157. And the dosing, people vary, but perhaps around 300 micrograms up to maybe 500 micrograms once to twice daily for up to 2 months following an injury. Now, I can say that I have in fact used this in the past, but I've also used something known as TB500, and the dosing, the protocols essentially are the same. And if you were to inject it one time in the day, the best time is before bed. That is when you're healing the most. You're at rest, you're not moving, you're able to recover. And so if you had an injured tricep, shoulder, anything to that extent, and you were to inject in that area before bed, that would most likely be the best time for you. But remember, I am not a freaking doctor. I have no clue what I'm talking about. I'm not the guy to go for advice for this. Please go see your own doctor and don't break the law. And remember, this is for information purposes only. I'm not claiming to be a doctor. I'm not claiming that everything I say is right. And so watch this video with 5 grains of salt.
But yeah, I want to talk about the whole BPC thing. Apparently it's like a banned substance or whatnot. It's a peptide. It's a healing peptide that helps with aiding like healing in I think like ligaments, wounds. And for me, like, you guys gotta realize, like, this is my job, my career. If I can't train, bro, then I'm screwed. I have to be able to work out, train, make fitness content, whatnot. That's what I do for a living.
And so one thing I think that everyone can agree on is that whether you're natural or enhanced, it's debatable. I think that Alex has no trouble saying he's taking BPC 157 because for the most part, people don't care.
Did you see the Rainbow Bridge explosion at the Niagara crossing? 2 different angles. Car went flying. Second is the explosion.
I did not. The fuck? Is this guy thinking he was playing Grand Theft Auto? Okay, that's bizarre. Wow. That's weird. Does anybody know why that happened? Alright, well, thanks for the Nation Quest. That is weird. I'm just gonna put my food away. I'll be right back. Oh, dog. Oh no. I got a dog here. Ish. Oh, my little stinky. Good little stinky. Eh. Okay. Okay. Scoot. 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 Good. Yeah. Oh. I am so fucking tired, dude.
The fear-mongering over polls is giga-retarded. Republicans worship Trump like he's a Marvel superhero. Of course they will enthusiastically show more approval for their candidate as opposed to pasty lips who always whine and bitch but always fall in line.
Well, it's more than just that. I think on top of that too is we're too far out to really get accurate predictions as well. With like a crisis like the Israel-Gaza conflict, obviously approval ratings are going to be down. So, like, what's bizarre to me is you have left-wingers saying they won't vote for Biden, even though, like, a Trump victory is very realistic, just because of the Israel-Gaza situation. But Trump would do the same thing. If not, like, he'd likely be worse than Biden. So, yeah, everybody's just being a fucking dumbass. Thanks for the donation, though, Darth Putin.
Thanks, bro.
I don't know what I did, Sean, but you're welcome. Appreciate the donation, dude. Dodo donated $2. Can you play Paper Mario Thousand Year Door remake when it comes out in 2024 after you play Pikmin 4? No. Have you ever played original? Yeah, I'm not playing that. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Do you hang with your speciesist family over the holidays? I just have a hard time these days with accepting them.
I don't. I don't go and spend time with family members during the holidays. I might go visit my mom and grandmother, but that's really it. I don't really celebrate any holidays like Christmas. I'm just not interested, and I don't really talk to much of my family. Thanks for the donation though, Zed. Oh God, so tired. Dodo donated $2. People who won't vote for Biden over Israel-Gaza are not saying they will vote for Trump. They're just saying they won't vote at all, or they'll vote for Cornel West or RFK Jr. or Jill Stein, who, by the way, are all running. Yeah, I know. These are like 18 to 30-year-old woke that don't understand. Well, really, a vote for any of those candidates is a half vote for Trump. So they're not going to win, and you're just ensuring a Trump victory. So they're stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Appreciate it.
Care. If you say, hey, I'm taking a healing peptide, I was injured, I'm taking TB500, BPC157, and I'm only taking these things to help speed an injury. I don't think people are saying, oh, well, you're a fake natty. The only reason you got those muscles is because of those peptides. I don't believe that to be the case at all. And to the same extent, people who smoke weed, doing edibles and so on, or perhaps taking stimulants, people don't view those as being fake naturals either. Many people only view fake natties as if you take something that builds muscle. And I can go so far as some people debate SARMs or HRT, that's natural, but that is a whole different topic, and I do have that in a different video. So if you're interested in watching that video, click the link in the description. Now remember, BPC 157 or TB 500 can speed the rate of healing, but it can't perform miracles. If you have a torn labrum, imagine your labrum is torn completely off. It can't magically, like in some kind of movie, form its way together and magically heal once again. When I broke my elbow and tore my tricep off the bone, you can't just inject TB500 and it'll magically reconnect. It can't perform miracles. And so I have torn labrums everywhere. All of my labrums are torn, hips and shoulders. And so Alex Eubank has one torn labrum in his shoulder, and it makes it very difficult to train. I totally get it. I have that. I had to stop squatting, had to stop deadlifting, bench pressing. And so when I'm in the gym, I'm doing the best I can. And Alex, I do believe he's also doing the best he can. And he's trying to heal faster than last time. But if it's actually completely torn, it can't magically get back together. But if you have surgery and they reattach it, that healing, it's going to be that much faster. And so when they reattach my tricep into my elbow, you can see my scar. By injecting TB500 and BPC-157 right around the injury, it allowed it to heal quicker. And so I could come back from that injury, from that surgery, faster. And faster than last time, as I had it on both sides. 2 separate injuries, 2 separate bike accidents.
And it's been so painful. My shoulder, it's never been, kind of after I dislocated, usually doesn't hurt that bad, but it has been like excruciating.
This is why I don't want to identify as a leftist. I don't want to be associated with faggots like this. Read the dude's shirt and then look at the comments.
Let me see. Oh my god. Yeah, that is a gay ass shirt, dude. $100 says he drives his car alone with a mask on. How many COVID masks do you think he owns? If simp was an image. Clearly someone hasn't checked the prices of ARs lately. Yeah, seriously. Want to live in a world where men want an AR-15 over Taylor Swift tickets. That is such a stupid shirt, too, because you don't need to pass a national background check or get licensed to get a Taylor Swift ticket. Guy's a fucking idiot. Gay. Thanks for the donation, though, that nigga.
Excruciating pain, like waking me up at night. Like, it's not fun to deal with.
And so imagine he's waking up at night in pain. I've had that. You're laying down on one side and your shoulder gets stiff. I've gone 6 months where I couldn't train my shoulders whatsoever. And so it's really bad. I went to the doctor. They said, yeah.
Conservative man donated to Lars Hayrichard. Recently got into fitness, tested my bench press, and hit 225 for 4 reps. Want to hit a 315-pound bench, and want to know if I can do it with programming regardless of genetics. I don't see why not. If you can do 225 already after not training for very long, I'd say you'd certainly be able to do 315 if you put your mind to it. Thanks for the donation, though, conservative man. Appreciate it. Donated Tillers, can you name 3 things you think would be better if Trump was president compared to Biden? I can think of one thing: the endless comedy and entertainment content generated from Trump being a shitty president. Also, the woke don't care if they throw away their vote. Yeah, aside from just the lulz and the memes, I can't really think of anything that would be better under Trump. Like, the only possible thing might be an expansion of firearms rights, but, or at least saving firearms rights, because Joe Biden wants to ban all firearms, clearly. He at least wants to ban certain classes of weapons that he can't even define, like assault weapons. Trump doesn't seem to have a political interest in doing that. That's the only possible thing I can really think of. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
I work a security job, and over the sick times one of my co-workers would stuff his mask with multiple coffee filters and do patrols like that. His face was purple every time he'd finish, and he never thought to just stop putting coffee filters in.
Why would he do that? That's stupid. Thanks for the donation, veganism.
We can perform surgery, but here in Canada it takes years, and by that time they said, yeah, it's just going to tear again anyway, so why waste 12 weeks trying to recover? But for Alex, he has to go and see his own doctor. He's much younger than me. Most likely they would perform the surgery, but when you're in your 40s, it's kind of like, just let it go, live with it.
So yeah, I don't know how people are gonna take me using something like that, or Greg Doucette probably gonna make a video and be like, Alex Eubank, not natty.
And so exactly, Alex Eubank is not natty, but here's the thing, do we care? That is the most important factor. We're saying Alex Eubank is not natural for taking BPC 157, and he's not. He would fail a drug test. It's banned by WADA. If he was going into the Olympics for any sport and he came in and showed this, they would say, you can't compete. Now, that is not my decision to make. And frankly, I say go for it. I would change the rules. If WADA were to call up Coach Greg and say, should we allow BPC 157, TB 500? Should we take it off the ban list? I'd be like, yeah, remember when you had caffeine ban? I didn't like that either. I would have taken that off the list. Think of how many people are drinking coffee. Do you really want everyone out there who's drinking coffee? And remember, I'm still on the phone. Do you really want everyone out there drinking coffee to feel like they're drug cheats? Do you really think they should feel bad about themselves? And while you're at it, could you take off marijuana? I'm literally taking edibles before bed to go to sleep. A lot of people need it for medical purposes. Perhaps it makes them eat better, feel better. And why are we banning this? Is it actually worse than alcohol? And now I'm still on the phone. And if you don't listen to me, why not just add in alcohol? Anyone that drinks alcohol, you can't compete in sport. It's bad. It's naughty. You shouldn't be able to do it. I mean, there's so many things on that list that don't make sense to me, but you guys are in charge, and so I'm going to go with it. And so I hanging up the phone and saying, WADA called me, and wow, what an amazing interview. They're asking me what should be on the ban list, what shouldn't be. What a fantastic idea. It doesn't work like that.
It's hard for me to train and make content while dealing with it, so that's why I'm trying the BPC 157 to do it. I'm actually curious what exactly. I'm pretty sure it's just like a peptide.
And so obviously it's hard for Alex. He makes content for a living. You make millions of dollars and it relies on his physique. And so if he can't train, he just sits there, loses all his muscle, he's going to get less views, less followers, less income. This is what he does for a living. And so it's very important that he's able to train. And so I absolutely agree with him. If I were him, I would be doing the exact same thing. And so I'm not here to say, oh, he's...
I actually had really bad shoulder pain in my right shoulder, and I took TB 500, and it almost went away completely.
Like visually bigger. I hope you guys understand that.
Light on if he's natural.
Black Friday.
So I agree with Greg in that video. Enon donating $2 predictions on how Russia-Ukraine war ends. I think either Putin is going to get assassinated, die randomly, or get outed as president, and that will cause the end of the war. That would be my best guess. Will Ukraine be able to retake currently occupied regions? Yes, but it will take a very long time. So the war will probably go on for another 2-3 years at least. I think a scenario where the war ends in the next year is likely a scenario where Putin dies.
Have you heard of this channel before? Bizarre High Fat Diet.
I don't know. I'll take a look in a second, Sean. Appreciate the donation. Will Russia collapse internally? There's a good chance. They only have so much foreign currency stockpiled. So, again, it is possible in the next few years that they end up experiencing hyperinflation. The ruble just completely collapses. And they are also just running out of people to send to Ukraine, plain and simple. So it's possible. Thanks for the nation, Anon.
I've eaten nearly 5,000 grams of fat every...
Yeah, I know her. There's no point in watching her channel. She's just a dumb bitch. I challenged her to a debate, and she just cowered away, refused, because she's a dumb bitch. I don't react to her content because she's a lying piece of shit.
Here in San Francisco, it's an unseen thing, like unseen force that's taking over Frisco, I think. Everybody on hype, on Fetty, you know what I'm saying? Everybody's doing Fetty. It's the fad now.
Do you use any of the harm reduction services they offer out here?
Yeah, I use them. I use them to get what I need, get my foil, get my tutors, get my shit. You know what I'm saying?
Have you tried to get clean before?
Nah, I haven't. I haven't tried to get clean.
Do you want to?
Yeah. Yeah.
What the fuck? Hey, what happened? What happened? What happened? What happened? What happened?
Out on camera, a carjacking in San Francisco in broad daylight.
Why is that Prius speeding away backwards?
A group doing interviews for a web show saw a food delivery driver pull up to a restaurant to pick up a pizza. The driver left his car running. Someone hopped in and sped off backwards.
Sir!
And just like that, within 90 seconds of being in San Francisco, I witnessed open-air fentanyl use, a carjacking, and ended up on the nightly news.
Hello, my name is Andrew Callahan, and you're about to watch our documentary, San Francisco Streets, our most in-depth project yet, which explores a variety of issues, such as homelessness.
Hugo donated $2. How is Tate still doing interviews and not in prison? Also watch.
Nobody ever asked.
Well, the court case hasn't started yet. And Pierce Morgan flew to Romania to interview him.
For us. Nobody ever needed us. But that doesn't matter, because we're here anyway. Ever since crime has been at an all-time high, heroes have been at an all-time down. That's why we're here, to make things better. Aw, shoot.
Special Forces group known as the Avengers are terrorizing the city.
This is your fault.
No, this is your fault.
I guess we're breaking up.
Looks like we're going solo.
Spider-Man! Get me out of here! Stay in your car where it's safe.
Hey, grab my hand.
How do I get this thing to work?
The Avengers are now conducting simultaneous attacks across the city.
I think the crime's been getting worse.
I could do this all day.
People still think we're a team, so maybe we should just work together.
It's an alright skit. Try 2.5 milligrams THC edible mints. No. I'm not going to do that.
Shoplifting, gentrification, harm reduction, city history, zoning laws, fentanyl, and so forth. We're maybe talking to cops, drug dealers, local vigilantes, professional shoplifters, harm reduction workers, pimps, and beyond. Some of the footage ahead may be disturbing to some viewers. Viewer discretion is advised. Okay, back to the streets.
The victim yelling for help as a YouTuber tries to interview him.
That guy just went in and grabbed a DoorDash order, and then he ran out when he saw his car get jacked. It happens that fast.
Thankfully, the delivery driver's Prius was found a few blocks away 30 minutes later.
Minutes later, officers arrested 52-year-old Kara Holcomb.
But by then, cell phone footage of the incident had gone viral.
Well, there's a lot of chaos happening in LinkedIn. For example,
racking up millions of views and tens of thousands of comments. It would be a Prius. San Francisco is gayer than shit. If a nuke dropped on California, I would actually be happy. You get what you vote for. Thanks, Biden. Thank God I live in Florida. Why is that Jew all gas, no brakes with?
Fam, you're cheesing me. Is this shit staged?
I was amused, but also puzzled. I mean, how did that video go viral so fast? And who recorded it?
The man who posted this video, Richie Wynn, is a San Francisco native.
I'm telling you, it's always wild down here, raw. The crime has gotten...
Fuck Vorsh for ghosting you. That debate would have been gold. He's such a lolko. He didn't prepare for a debate with a PhD once and said this with a straight face. This is my favorite clip.
Let me take a look.
You gave the example, one of your arguments against the biological definition of woman was that we didn't know about chromosomes many years ago. Well, first of all, I don't think biological sex is defined in terms of chromosomes. But let's just use the example of water. Maybe we could agree that water is H2O. That was true even before we knew about chemistry. That was the definition of water before anybody knew anything about chemistry, before we knew about H2O. Back when Aristotle thought water was just an element. Nevertheless.
This isn't true.
That water has not always been H2O?
Yeah, all you have to do is cross the Mexican border. And over there, it's aqua. That's H2O.
I don't even think it's aqua. I'm pretty sure it's agua.
Not water.
Aqua means water. Aqua is water.
It's a different term.
Actually, it's agua. It's not aqua, right?
Dumb fuck. Dumb fuck. Dumb fuck.
Yeah, he even fucked up, like, he even fucked up his own argument. That was pretty funny. Vosh is also a existential realist, so he believes like anything you believe is true. It's really insane. Thanks for the donation, Darth Putin.
Listen to this bullshit.
I really applaud
Sanctimonious retard.
Oh, I hate this guy. This guy's an absolute cunt. Let me see.
I really applaud Israel for doing one thing that no military force in the world does. Because I heard Ben Shapiro and I heard Ron DeSantis, and they said Israel is the only military force in the world that warns civilians before bombing them. I mean, how cute. That is so nice of them. Because with this,
why do you think civilians are there after they're warned there's going to be a bomb? It's because Hamas forces them to be there, dumb fuck. So why are you blaming Israel? Blame Hamas.
This logic, if Russian troops started warning Ukrainians before bombing their houses, we're cool with Putin, right? I mean, okay, Habibi, you have warned them, go invade, it's fine.
Yeah, so Israel is attacking military targets and civilians happen to be in the area. If Ukraine did what Hamas does, and they put military installations in civilian areas, and Russia were to warn civilians ahead of time, and then bomb those civilian areas that happen to have military targets in them, that's right. Nobody would really have a problem with that sort of warfare conduct.
You have done your job. Israel always victimizes itself, and I have never seen a victim putting their oppressor under siege and bombing them 24/7. Israel wants you to believe.
Oh my god, dude, like, the entire population of fucking Gaza wants to Holocaust the Jews. Like, yeah, Israel is the victims.
That they are the victim.
Yeah, they are the victims. Like that guy's just a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, though, Unicorn Jizz. Dodo donated $2, introducing cringe Sigma edits, but it's Biden instead of Putin. Let me see. What? Okay, he shook somebody's hand?
I was struggling through today's workout and thought about quitting. But then I remembered what Joe Biden once famously said.
Best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to. Anyway.
Oh god, that's a good one. That was amazing.
Hear that in MSNBC? You did not hear that. But you heard. Look, okay, I'm not going to get in an argument with you, man. Well, yeah, you do, but look, fat. Look, here's the deal. Here's the deal.
It looks.
He just called the guy fat.
He looks like you don't have anyone that old in Trump.
Any other questions?
Yeah, all right. I'm not voting for you.
Well, I knew you weren't, man. You think I thought you'd stand up and vote for me? You're too old to vote for me. All right, here we go.
Video to lose faith in humanity. Let me see.
Climate justice on occupied land. No climate justice on occupied land.
Kosher. What do you make of that? Greta Thunberg is.
Ugh, dude. I really wish I could talk to Greta Thunberg and tell her she's being a fucking idiot. Like, oh my god. There's a fucking reason why Gaza is being occupied right now. It's because they want to Holocaust the fucking Jews, and there's a military regime, you know, at work trying to do that. Greta's a fucking idiot. My god. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Out of control. I felt like they had empathy.
The man who recorded the video was named Richie Wynn, a former cocaine dealer who got caught with a couple 8-balls during COVID and came out of jail sober. Nowadays, he works at a nightclub and films something called the Ciroc Challenge.
Hey, Joe!
And sometimes, just sometimes, goes on Fox News.
So Richie used to deal drugs. What's your solution to all this?
Not to discuss bottle service, but rather to discuss his other videos, which basically consist of him confronting homeless people on the sidewalk.
What you smoking, man? What you guys doing out here? You shooting up right in here, bro? Is that some crack, mama? You want to do that in front of the kids, man? Clean that shit up, bro. That shit's ugly, bro. My name's Richie Wynn. Basically, I'm kind of like a video vigilante, if you will. I'm kind of taking it into my own hands to film some of the things that I feel like are plaguing the city, mainly the drug use. Hey, bro, you know people got kids and stuff like that. You out here rolling up heroin or fentanyl? You can't be doing that right here. Have a little fucking respect, man, for people that pay rent. I don't think the children should have to see it because it's grotesque. A lot of it is, you know, it's harsh to see. It is very gruesome. Some of these individuals are suffering from also mental illness and picking away at themselves. They are shooting drugs in their neck. They are screaming about obscenities that can be triggering to somebody that is frail and is still developing. I gotta stop smoking that shit in front of the kids, man. You got the kids right here, man. What the fuck you say, man? Arrest these individuals. Take them into custody. This bus stop right here it's the 14 mission. Last year, I shot a viral video. A group of school children were getting off of that bus right there. Bye, kids. Y'all get home safe, okay? And they had to wade their way through this kind of mess that you're seeing right here, which is like an open-air drug market.
Jesus Christ. I remember that video. That is insane. Like, yeah, these people probably should be arrested.
You know, people using, people selling. Countless people have seen it. Numerous news outlets have used it.
For Richie, filming San Francisco's decay is a steady side hustle. Last year, Fox News spent $1.6 billion on licensing fees. Essentially, that means acquiring the rights to content, usually scary, juicy content, engineered to generate maximum outrage and piss off their core demographic to bring more eyes to cable TV, which is a dying platform.
Yay, we get active. Democrats approve of racial violence.
And in just this year alone, Fox News has licensed over a dozen of Richie's clips. It's not clear how much they pay Richie per video, but his work has been featured in multiple primetime segments. Here's a couple examples.
When I was a kid, my biggest worry in school was forgetting my locker combo. Now these kids in San Francisco have this. Homeless drug addicts, after getting off the school bus, who the heck thought this was a good idea?
In San Francisco, junkies have more rights than you do, because liberalism spreads worse than a virus from a Chinese lab.
And for the politicians that argue the fact that they think San Francisco is safe right now, go down to Civic Center and pull out your camera phone, and I guarantee you will be met with some type of violence or some type of disgruntled individual. You don't need to be smoking drugs. There's children that live in this building right here.
Fuck off, bitch. It's a free country, asshole.
So maybe you should take it somewhere else.
Please stop getting off of me.
Come on, bro. Leave her alone, bro.
Take me, bro.
Who the fuck you think you talking to, punk? It's an ecosystem that has thrived off of the illegal drug trade, the lax laws for stealing and reselling stolen goods. Oh yeah, the shoplifting is wild.
Recent high-profile cases of organized retail theft have cast an ugly pall on cities like San Francisco.
You know, I've seen the people come in, take whatever off the shelves, and just walk right out of it.
More than a dozen Walgreens stores have shuttered. Target has limited its hours.
It was happening so much here at this Whole Foods that's in my building that they had to shut down. The employees didn't.
This is why we need guns, okay? Like, these people are just pathetic lost causes. If they go into a store and start stealing shit, just shoot them.
Feel safe. The place was only open for a year. Oh, it was only open for a year, and this was their flagship store. It was a gorgeous store.
London Breeze sucks. She's allowed to bring drugs on the street. I gotta go to work every day and walk through shit. People not over dying. That's some sucker shit.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
What's up, dog?
How you doing?
How you doing out here, bro?
I'm living the best I can. Unfortunately, I'm living these mean streets.
Yeah.
Still alive.
You've been doing drugs and shit?
Absolutely. It's the life we live.
What's your drug of choice?
Crack cocaine. No, I'm kidding. Fentanyl.
How long have you been doing that for?
About a year.
What do you think made you want to first get into it?
I'm opiate dependent. I've been dependent on opiates since I was 16. Broke my leg, broke my ankle. I've been doing Percocets, Oxycontin, Big Pharma. It's the biggest reason why a lot of people are addicted to these opiates,
The Sackler family is one of the richest families in America. The source of that wealth was, for many years, OxyContin, the addictive painkiller considered one of the initial sparks for the nation's opioid crisis, a crisis that has already left more than 450,000 Americans dead and continues today.
I'm dependent on it, Without it, I don't function as well,
How'd you break your leg?
Fighting, actually. I was in a fight, yeah. 16, 17, high school, yeah, freshman year, sophomore year. My sister was making out with some fucking roid rager, so I swung on him, and my buddy grabbed me. I don't know what happened. My ankle ended up getting snapped on the stair.
Have you tried to, quit before?
Yeah, I did about 2.5 years this last run. I had my life together, and I ended up hurting my back on the job, working in construction over in Livermore. Relapsed and got evicted. Lived in my van. It became real once I lost my van. It's a trip. So my goal is to try to stay alive and stay, I don't want to die before my mom, you know what I mean? That's my biggest goal. Is she shouldn't have to bury her son.
Where's your mom at now?
North Carolina.
When's the last time you talked to her?
7 years, 5, 7 years. It's been a while. I'm 30. I turned 38.
Does she know you're out here?
No one does. Hi, Dad. Hi, Mom. If you see me, I'm still alive. I know I look like shit. Lost all my teeth, but...
Stone John Harley Stone.
That was I got done a fight, I got jumped, so...
Honestly, bro, you don't look that bad.
Thank you.
Yeah. How do you get money?
The boost in life, as you can see.
Oh, shit. Fresh lick.
Copper Top donated to Lars. After a long day of work and stress, I just chill watching your videos and streams. Never stop making videos, man. Otherwise, I'll get depressed and have to watch Jason Blaha. Keep up the good work. Well, don't worry. I don't think I'll be stopping anytime soon. Thanks for the donation, though, Copper Top.
Do you buy this argument, or is it bullshit? And if so, why?
Struggle to think of what a proportionate response.
Proportionality.
The whole proportionate response thing is fucking stupid. You would not expect a proportionate response.
Proportionality.
Proportionate response.
I believe that the way that you stop terrorism is with wildly disproportionate response.
What the proportionate response?
What is a proportionate response?
The best recruiter for Hamas is Israel.
No, the best recruiter for Hamas is Hamas.
Let's imagine like a little boy called Rami. He lives in Gaza. He have a horrible life, but it's not that bad. I know he has a cousin in the West Bank. He's living a good life. He wake up in the morning and he found out that he was kidnapped by 3 settlers. He was burned alive by kerosene and he was forced to drink the kerosene. His name was Muhammad Abu Khudaira.
Teen was burned alive.
All right, you know what?
That was just a fight. This is just insane. Yeah, that's a hate crime. Why are you blaming the nation of Israel on one fucking hate crime?
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna find a way to go to Europe. His aunt is a published author, and she won a prize in the Frankfurt Book Fair. Her name is Adniyah Shtaleb. And now she was cancelled because of what's happened, just because of her a Palestinian. His other aunt in America.
I don't know who she is, but I can guarantee you she wasn't cancelled just because she's Palestinian.
Named Bahia Amawi. She is a speech therapist, and this is close to my heart because of my son. And she was fired because she did not want to sign the government contract that said that you cannot join BDS. This Rami is being...
What is BDS? Anti-BDS. Anti-BDS laws are designed to make it difficult for people and organizations to participate in boycotts of Israel, while anti-BDS resolutions are symbolic and non-binding parliamentary condemnations, either of boycotts of Israel or of BDS itself. Okay, that sounds illegal.
We need to legalize drugs and get serious about helping these people to help themselves. Are you planning to do a sleep stream?
Probably won't do a sleep stream. I might take a nap on stream. I'm still tired. But, what's it called? The drugs need to be legalized, but the people who are doing drugs on the street, out in the open, should be arrested. And they should either have the option to go to jail or go to some sort of rehab therapy thing. Because, like, you need to do something to try to get them off the drugs. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Army is being approached by him, but like, join Hamas, join us, let's go kill us. No, I don't want to kill. I'm gonna live in Gaza. It's a life.
That is not what's going on. This whole fucking pathway to radicalization that he's making up is total bullshit. Here's how people are radicalized to join Hamas. One, they grew up in a fucking religion that hates fucking Jews. Arab culture is just Jew-hating fucking haven. Secondly, Hamas uses disinformation campaigns and also propaganda aimed towards children to indoctrinate people from a young age to think that they'll go to heaven if they kill Jews. Like, they'll end up in paradise, and it's like one of the best things you can do for your life and for your family if you help them kill Jews. So this whole pathway to indoctrination that he's talking about is completely untrue.
This is how we should be treating lying homeless cucks.
Let me see.
Did you not hear about the AP strike in this building? And then we look into it, and no one fucking died? You understand how that's blood libel?
Fuck you, is it blood libel?
Fuck
you dirty
you,
little
Vivian.
shit.
Fuck you.
You dirty little fucking shit.
You are the
How
one
dare
who
you.
accused and
How
lied
dare you.
on my
Fuck
platform.
you.
You fucking lied. Caught
You
red-handed.
fucking
You
nasty,
lied and said
slimy little
that
shit.
Israel killed hundreds of journalists in a fucking AP building bombing. And then when we look into it, it was
This is
a
what
fucking
happens when you
lie.
don't listen,
Vivian,
Wick.
you are blood liar.
Okay, that video is unwatchable. Thanks for the donation, dude.
But 97% of water is not good for human consumption. Half of the population are anemic. Even the is not being treated, and it goes into the shores of Israel. It's like, oh.
Guess why, dude? Guess why? Israel sends over fucking supplies so that Gaza can improve their fucking water system, and Hamas takes those fucking supplies and turns them into fucking rockets. So why the fuck is he blaming Israel for that when Israel's actually sent over aid for them to improve their water system, and then that aid gets used to build fucking weapons? Like, what a fucking lying dickhead.
Treated, and it goes into the shores of Israel. It's like, oh, that's horrible. And he wakes up in the morning, he has food for his family.
Yeah, this guy, Bassam Youssef, is a lying fucking moron. Like, he just flat out makes shit up. So, Kid Boo donated $2.
Fuck my baby dad. Fuck my baby dad. Fuck my baby dad. I'm a fine ass bitch. I ain't in the house bad. Fuck my baby dad.
Okay, thanks for that, Kid Boo.
Said fresh licks, you said. We got stuff to get by. Stay warm. Got some shirts. Got my Ben and Jerry's. You know what I mean?
How do you typically resell the shit that you boost?
It sells itself. Everyone loves a good deal. I know it's not a good thing to do, but it is what it is. It's our life. We could be doing worse things. A lot of these big companies are all fucking write-offs anyways.
Ice cream, how much for the ice cream? I want the ice cream.
$3 for that one.
What flavor is it? What flavor is it? Yo, I haven't tried that one. Send it. That's three right now. I'm gonna eat it right fucking now once I give him the cigarettes.
It is what it is.
I also think the tax system needs to be replaced with a modified progressive consumption tax.
What do you mean? Like, we already have a progressive tax system? I think the biggest issue with the US tax system is the super wealthy aren't taxed enough. Thanks for the donation though, James.
It is. It's either that or I starve tonight. It's all around shitty. It's not fun. You know what I mean? I'd rather work. This shit's harder than you think. You know.
Ice cream's more addicting than fentanyl. I'm not gonna lie. If fentanyl didn't make me dope sick, I would be more addicted to ice cream. I think once I'm done and sober from fentanyl, I'm still gonna be addicted to ice cream.
San Francisco's locking up their ice cream.
Yeah, so what happened to the ice cream, bro?
We had to lock the shit up because they came in here, they started stealing all kind of shit. They came with trash bags, and that's like every night, too.
So I say this, not only to the Democrats that we have to fix this problem, but I'll say it to the Republicans as well. We're handling...
Bad bitch
we're handling...
Hey, bad bitch alert. Woo! Y'all, what's happening? My birth certificate say female, and it do say San Francisco. But I'm homeless.
Oh. Can we talk to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, hell yeah. So how you doing, Andrew? Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too. Okay, so my name is Miss J. Vera Williams. The last corporate job I had was Ted Baker as a senior manager in 2022. I'm making $2,700 every 2 weeks, and that's still not being enough to, number one, solidify safe housing and to live off of.
How much do you think you need a month to survive well in San Francisco?
$5,000. But I'm a person that would categorize under high priority, consider I have HIV. And I live at a SRO, so it's basically like temporary housing until they find new housing.
Due to having HIV, Miss J. Williams qualifies for San Francisco's Single Room Occupancy, or SRO program, which provides at-risk, unhoused people with access to low-cost housing, usually in 8 by 10-foot rooms, in one of the many dilapidated residential hotels in the Tenderloin neighborhood for up to 30 days.
The city calls single-room occupancy buildings, or SROs, the last housing option before homelessness.
Currently, 15,000 people live in SROs in San Francisco, and their average monthly rent is $895.
I just moved there.
What? $895 for this? For what?
San Francisco's single-room occupancy.
All single-room occupancy buildings are
$895 a month for that. Bro, how much does a normal fucking apartment cost? Holy fucking shit. You must have to be a fucking millionaire to live here.
SROs, the last housing option before homelessness.
That is crazy.
Currently, 15,000 people live in SROs in San Francisco, and their average monthly rent is $895.
I just moved there, but I was twice physically assaulted 4 times due to being trans.
What do you want, a room at the Four Seasons?
I don't want a room at the Four Seasons. I just want a room that's safe. I got bit by a pit bull last week. I just got out the hospital from literally somebody saying in the Latino dialect, "Get that," and their pit bull biting me on my ankle.
Well, that's just because, you know, San Francisco's just gotten out of hand. Where are you from?
I'm from here.
You're from San Francisco?
Yeah, my grandfather's. I'm from Fillmore, Hazen Central. I pay cash money for these titties.
Hell yeah, how much?
$30,043. I like Tyra Banks or something like that. Like this is like real deal Holyfield, and it's a crock of shit. You cannot open a door to nowhere. You can't open no door. Like, I could have bought a house. I could be opening a door. I couldn't be on these streets right now.
Yeah.
You could buy these titties later when you buy your house and you're gonna finish your education.
That's the message to the kids. Wait to buy titties after getting the master's degree.
Please, all that Botox and Rotox and Kim Kardashian, please wait. Education, spirituality, and really doing the work every day. Go fund me, y'all, Miss J. Williams.
San Francisco, California. Frisco. Some people say the Paris of the West. A
gold rush boomtown that began in the late 1800s after the discovery of the Comstock lode sent millions of Americans headed west.
An explosion of migration from the ends of the earth.
For a while, shit was going pretty good. Until 1906, when a horrific earthquake came and destroyed 80% of the city, taking 7,000 lives.
San Francisco is gone.
A lot of people thought Frisco was done for good, but they were totally wrong.
San Francisco was rebuilt.
By the mid-century, it became the epicenter of counterculture.
Great news, the lead actress of Scream 7 has been fired for pro-Palestinian comments.
Hello, Mahar.
Oh, that's good. Let me see.
Movie peeps, appreciate you clicking on this video. I gotta say right off the top, this one's gonna be a little bit of a more serious video.
Can you react to this?
Hello, Mahar.
Sure, let me take a look, Pika.
Please cover Bas. Some Yosef on Piers Morgan. It was amazing, says Baltimore Live Show. Okay, let's play this. I think we do have a clip.
There's no point. We've already reacted to this, dude. This is a month ago. So we've already reacted to the original interview a month ago, and basically this guy was just fucking lying the entire time and making up stupid bullshit fucking arguments. Thanks for that donation though, Pika.
First, the beatniks, then the beat poets, then the hippie movement kicked off, which brought over 100,000 self-described flower children to the Haight-Ashbury, aka Hashbury neighborhood, to do acid and hang out. And it wasn't just San Francisco. Across the Bay, the Hells Angels were going strong. The Black Panther Party was becoming more powerful than ever. And a young journalist named Hunter S. Thompson was getting his start. The SF
Hunter Thompson was fucking hilarious.
Innovation wave just kept rolling. A couple years later, Burning Man begins on Baker Beach. The People's Temple begins in the Fillmore District. And the Castro District emerged as a mecca for gay men, with the rise of local leaders like Harvey Milk.
We are coming out of the closet!
And then one smart guy named Steve Jobs had a pretty bright idea. Macintosh, the foundational tech company that led to the boom of Silicon Valley, which brought over 1,000 tech companies to the Bay Area in just 5 years.
Bay Area, Silicon Valley, and
Yahoo, eBay, Dell.
Dell built a desktop just for me.
Intel, Microsoft.
I'm Bill Gates.
Facebook.
Hey, how's it going? This is
You for it about this.
Hello, Mahar Movie Peeps.
Yes. Sorry about that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Video more grounded. I'm not going to be my jokey, funny self as much. We just got the news that Melissa Barrera, our Sam Carpenter, has been fired for Scream 7 for things I don't think she should have been fired for. I'm going to be diving into all the details about it, how I feel about it, as what other people are mainly sticking to the movie side of things, okay? You guys know, I'm just a movie guy. Trailer, and really nothing just going to divide people right away. I just ask that you at least just a movie. Does this browsing around, getting all excited about what movie news could be stirring up, and started popping up from One Take News that Melissa Barrera had been quietly let go from Scream 7, and I was like, what? No, this is the main center focus of these last Scream movies. And a lot of other Scream fans were like, reports to come out and all that, and well, after a couple hours, it happened. Official big sources like The Hollywood Reporter made that announcement official, saying here, Melissa Barrera dropped from Scream 7 after social media posts amid Israel Hamas. Brought up here and is one of the reasons she got being treated like a
Gaza is currently being treated like a concentration camp, then blame Hamas. Cornering everyone together with nowhere to go. There obviously is somewhere to go. You can just move away from where the fucking bombs are, but like I don't know what they mean by this. Like you can move away from where the bombs are. That's just bullshit. No electricity, no water. Blame Hamas for that. People have learned nothing from our histories. Just like our histories, people are still silently watching it happen. This is genocide and ethnic cleansing. Yeah, get fucked. She deserves to get fired. What a fucking dumb bitch. All these fucking celebrities, dude, they're so stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
our first live video.
Twitter. By 2019, San Francisco's GDP rose to $534.
Yeah, dude, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is one of the best movies ever made. Hunter S. Thompson is just one of the craziest fucking people ever.
$1.56 billion, making it the 8th largest economy in the entire world. Good news? Not really.
Everything that you think that it is really not what it is.
344% rent hike.
Neil has been paying $1,800 a month rent, but his landlady recently informed him she was raising the rent to $8,000 a month.
I'm sorry. He was paying $1,800 a month rent, and then it rose to $8,000. I have to watch that again.
344% rent hike.
Neil has been paying $1,800 a month rent, but his landlady recently informed him she was raising the rent to $8,000 a month.
Bro, no wonder there's so many homeless people here. Holy fuck, dude. The only thing you can afford is fucking fentanyl.
San Francisco is a fucked up place.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
It's impossible to live here. The rent is rising. Minimum wage is the same. No parking. If you get a parking ticket, nigga, that's a whole check right there. Rent is high, food is high, tickets is high, minimum wage is the same. You need to work 3 jobs just to live in a 1-bedroom in Zombieland.
We can't afford to live here. I'm born and raised here and I can't even afford to live here, but I do hard work, trapping.
Welcome to San Francisco.
A little bit of bipping here and there.
Oh, shit.
And I make do. I make do with what I do. So you could have a job in the city, but you need other forms of income. So you need to hustle up something. You need to be doing 3 or 4 other things to survive in this city. You cannot just have one job. It's impossible unless you're like a lawyer, you work.
Yeah, dude, fucking leave. Holy shit. Why in the fuck would anybody want to live here? That is just crazy.
In tech, or you would trick.
Within just 10 years, rent in San Francisco nearly tripled, while the minimum wage remained the same, leading to a mass exodus of native San Franciscans.
You got San Franciscans moving to like Vegas, Texas, New York, Atlanta.
And a mass influx of what are colloquially known as tech bros. This created quite a few problems. For one, many of these tech bros had no cultural or family connection to the city. Plus, they weren't really there to stay. For example, the average residency for a Twitter or Facebook employee in San Francisco is 9 to 12 months, and many of them were bussed in and out of the city by private charter buses.
San Francisco, not for sale.
These people angry at what they see as growing income inequality in the city.
Now, before we continue, I'd like to mention that San Francisco's gentrification was not explicitly a direct result of tech. In an ideal world, big tech actually could have been good for the city, but the real culprit here is insane zoning regulations imposed by a group of lobbyists called the NIMBYs. NIMBY stands for Not in My Backyard.
NIMBYs and
Hopefully this means we can cancel Scream 7 since Psalm 6 was already a pile of dog shit.
Yeah, I didn't watch Scream 6. So I don't know how bad it was, but yeah, that is insanely fucking stupid. I'm glad she's gone, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Cities like San Francisco are essentially importing suburban expectations and land use controls into central cities.
So geographically, San Francisco is actually a pretty small area, which is not that densely populated. And many of the old school upper income neighborhoods like Nob Hill and Pacific Heights, which is home to the Pelosi family,
Drop the hammer.
are within walking distance to the commercial heart of the downtown area. So when big tech began to arrive, bringing in hundreds of thousands of new young professionals, residents of these neighborhoods became very concerned about the potential construction of high-density apartment buildings, particularly with how this would cause noise pollution with the sounds of jackhammers and forklifts and beyond, but also how the buildings might block their view of the city or the bay. So neighbors of these wealthy areas would get together every time a high-density development was proposed and say, "Not in my backyard," and they would lobby to get their neighborhoods protected under historical preservation status.
Marking a building, corridor, or neighborhood as historic is one tool NIMBYs can use to embalm a neighborhood while feeling good about themselves. They're defending the cultural and historic character of the place.
While this did serve to preserve traditional San Francisco aesthetics, it also basically froze urban development during the city's largest economic boom in history, causing home values to skyrocket and rent to rise far beyond what the median monthly income was. As a result,
San Francisco experienced the most intense gentrification in American history. Black population shrunk from 14.5% to 6% of the city, and the poverty line rose so high that households making under $117,000 per year are considered to be low income.
If you're a San Francisco...
Whoa! Holy shit! $117,000 a year and you're considered low income. How is that possible? Holy shit. Dude. I can't believe that. That's just unreal. How many, like, nobody's making that money and you're fucking considered poor. Holy crap. That's insane. No wonder there's so much fucking homelessness. How can you run a city that fucking poorly? But if you're making less than 117,000, you're under the poverty line. Like, that's crazy. Ugh. Holy shit, San Francisco is a fucking shithole. I can't believe that. I'm just gonna go get some snacks. I'll be right back.
City girl like me, born and raised, it's too crowded here now. It's too much.
Very quickly, the creative class was replaced by the professional class, leaving vast subsections of the city utterly swagless. Still, California politicians didn't care. They wanted exponential growth, and for a while, it was happening. Then, in early 2020, a very hungry man allegedly ate a pangolin at a wet market in Wuhan, China, which ultimately prompted these tech companies to vacate all of their San Francisco offices in favor of a work-from-home model. At some point, these mega corporations like Twitter and Facebook figured out you can make just as much money, if not more money, having employees work from home. Not to mention, according to a recent study, employee happiness has increased by over 20% since remote work began as the industry standard for tech.
We're more productive at home, we're happier at home, we're doing what the company asks of us.
They were happier, healthier, and they realized something.
You know, you couldn't move anywhere and keep your Bay Area money. You know, you couldn't move anywhere and keep your Bay Area money.
Now working from home, hundreds of thousands of new San Francisco transplants had to make a choice. Should we stay in this extremely expensive, unwelcoming city full of homeless people and locals who don't like us and see us as walking emblems of oppression and displacement? Or keep the exact same job and move to somewhere like Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, where you can afford a gorgeous mountain home for the same price as a studio apartment in the Castro district? Most Californians in this position picked option 2 and got the hell out of town. So even after California reopened in early 2021,
you want the economy to reopen permanently.
These tech workers and the companies who employ them were like, man, fuck that, we're not going back to San Francisco. And some of these companies realized that emerging AI technology would allow them to cut their workforce in half.
150,000 tech workers have been laid off in 2022 alone.
We regret to inform you your position has been impacted.
I called my boss back and we just sobbed over the phone.
It's a Twitter bloodbath. Nearly 4,000 fired in one fell swoop. Half the global workforce. Twitter is not alone. Mass layoffs are happening across the tech world.
I take full responsibility for this decision.
The economy of San Francisco was collapsing in real time. Not to mention, homelessness nearly doubled during COVID. And politics aside, crime was on the rise.
As the city of San Francisco deals with the shocking, high-profile murder of tech executive Bob Lee, a greater question emerges. Who wants to live here anymore?
Yeah, out of pocket. I knock a nigga out his socket. I don't give a fuck if you won't get out of pocket. I'm not the one to motherfucking fuck with. I don't give a fuck, nigga. Yeah, I'll pull up with the switch. I'm on Cedar Block on the TLs. Nigga, what you mean?
For this combination of reasons, over half of San Francisco's recently built luxury apartment buildings and giant office buildings are completely vacant right now. They're actually for sale.
It is becoming the next Detroit almost.
General Motors, Ford and Chrysler. It was a golden era of full employment for a triumphant America.
As they grew and they became multinational companies.
Detroit lost 200,000 inhabitants between 1950 and 1960.
You know, to where These tech industries have pulled out, just like the car industries pulled out of there, and we're starting to be left with like a shell of our great city. And now it's debilitated and shut down into something that is never going to be able to get rented out again. All those tents out there, they're able-bodied individuals. They're being told that they shouldn't be working and they can collect general assistance and they can stay home and play on their phone. It's ridiculous. We need to start encouraging people to get back out to the workforce. We need to start making, that like a requirement. And
they need to get rid of their fucking zoning laws, and they need to enforce like some sort of rent control, because that is crazy. There's no way you should see like a rent hike of fucking $6,000. That's just nuts. Hey, Prim Prim. What's going on, little guy? Hmm? I have a Prim Prim here. Yeah, he's a good little cutie. Oh my god.
Individuals that are coming here from Salt Lake City, Boise, Idaho, all these other places to San Francisco are putting a strain on our services. If they're gonna come here to San Francisco, you need to be working. You can't just come here and just mooch off the taxpayers. That is ridiculous. So
there's ads online for people that come from other parts of the country to come here and get shelter.
Where are you from, sir?
Money. I'm from Montana.
He's from Montana, see?
Yeah, but I didn't come here for that. I live here and I work and I got a job and I got a girlfriend and we do drugs, but we're not robbing cars or fucking sucking off the city, or shitting on the sidewalk.
See, so there you go. There you have it, Montana. We're taking in your drug addicts as well. All this strain is getting put on my city, and that's why I'm a San Francisco nationalist. I really want what's good for San Francisco.
You have companies that used to have 4 buildings in San Francisco that now have 1 floor, and so all the infrastructure that's been built for this high pay is now sort of collapsing.
Spec King of Rassam react to this, it's unbelievable.
Let me take a look.
Started all this trouble.
What trouble?
That's racism and all that.
The division of the United States has all come from Obama.
In what way?
Because he's black and he tore it one way and tore it one way. And I mean, they expect you to believe what they say and not let the American people think for themselves.
I think we had about enough.
Is there anything that President Biden...
Obama tore the country apart because he's black. Okay.
...has done that you...
One thing right. He did not do one thing right. He's done everything to hurt this country and, shutting the oil off.
These people are retarded.
And then to say that the reason that San Francisco isn't doing well is because of poor people living on the street who use drugs. It's not real. It's a red herring. We just did a street assessment here in the Mission.
Can you get me 2 sodas, please? 2.
And 73% of the people that we spoke to were previously employed and housed, okay? Where were they working? They're working in janitorial jobs, in those office buildings. All of those businesses have changed their modality, especially those, you talk about downtown being closed. Well, downtown used to employ hundreds, thousands of people who were working in low-level, entry-level jobs, janitors, all the things that supported that business. Well, there's no one in those buildings.
Much like the gold tycoons who pillaged the West for its resources centuries ago, only to leave behind ghost towns that mark the Wild West, Big Tech has essentially used San Francisco as a playground for over 2 decades, and now has left behind an overpriced shell of a once great American metropolis. Anyways, the story of corporate greed is typically left out of the San Francisco conversation.
All you seem to hear about on TV is that San Francisco is an apocalyptic third world wasteland.
Brazen crime taking a huge toll on America's most progressive city.
Full of fentanyl, petty crime, graffiti, and so.
Worth checking out.
Let me take a look, Tool.
Well, folks, remember that time the media tried to say that there weren't a bunch of terror tunnels under mosques and under hospitals in the Gaza Strip, that Hamas was trustworthy? Well, turns out that was all a lie. Again, just a reminder that there will be no...
Well, we already know all this. I'm assuming he's talking about Sharif Hospital specifically, but it looks like he's also talking about mosques. We already know this. So the IDF had no reason to lie about this, and yeah, we know there's terror tunnels under all these places. Thanks for the donation, though, Tool. Is Destiny still alive? No.
So forth. People are being shot, stabbed, beaten, brutalized, and they fornicate and they defecate and they do everything.
Is this true or is this cap? Let's go find out.
So my name is Tracy McCrae. I'm currently the president of San Francisco Police Officers Association. I've been a cop, it's gonna be almost 34 years.
Is crime on the rise here?
Certain types of crime are on the rise. So robberies, right? They are up about 12 to 15%. I mean, don't walk around with your cell phone out because it's finna get snatched. So Prop 47 lowered the threshold for certain crimes like petty theft, right?
Prop 47, it reduces certain drug and theft crimes from felony charges to misdemeanors.
Before, if you stole anything over $400, that would be a felony charge. With Prop 47, so now you can steal up to $949.99 and you just get a ticket if you're caught. It's a citation, so it's akin to you running a stop sign, I pull you over and I give you a traffic citation. And you're either one of two people, you're like, oh shit, I got a ticket, or you're like, I don't give a shit. Back in November of, what was that, 20...
Dude, that's fucking crazy. So you can rob people of pretty expensive items, like up to $1,000 basically, and just get a ticket that you don't have to fucking pay, and then just keep robbing people. That's nuts. Cam Doing Tellers just played through this neat little Unreal Engine 5 game demo. Should give it a try if you're bored later. Let me see. The Mueller Power Principle.
Well, I guess now you'll finally face the But you don't even care, do you?
Doesn't really look that good. I don't think I'm gonna bother. Thanks for the donation though, Cam.
22, people just ransacked into the Louis Vuitton and just made off. That made national news.
Stunning video. This is going viral in San Francisco. Brazen thieves emptied out the Louis Vuitton store in Union Square.
So not a good look for the city, because we would love for people to come here and visit and spend their money, because tourism has always been our bread and butter.
Welcome to the most beautiful city in the world. San Francisco, I don't mean Frisco. San Francisco, here I go.
But unfortunately this past week, they hit Burberry, they hit Fendi, they hit Gucci.
Lieutenant McCrae was making one thing clear. There was a massive organized retail boosting squad that was currently active in the immediate
Roic herd boy jis 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 roic herd Kumar boy jis roic herd Kumar boy jis roic herd Kumar boy jis.
Yes, that is my name. Thanks for the donation, Roykerd Boygus.
vicinity of Union Square. So I walked around Union Square and tried to find someone who might know something. Within 15 minutes, I identified the culprits. The Finesse Mall Gang, a graffiti and shoplifting crew known for spray painting public buses and stealing shit from Union Square.
Anybody could go to the store, grab some shit, and run out. It's about technique. It's how you do it. There's a lot going on though. You got the drug sales. You got motherfuckers getting shot, car burglaries. You know, you name it. That's what's going on. That's how we get it, man. That's all we know. Getting it out the mud, getting out these dirty streets. Tenderloin, but we all locked in over here, man. We got face car valid all through these trenches.
How'd that make you feel?
Man, I'm ready to do it again.
Y'all can cover the face on this one, right? Yeah, of course.
Okay,
bro.
sick.
Is that a good, like, adrenaline boost?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. My heart pumps.
Hey, look, let's go over here with it.
You got the cops right there. You feel me?
Hi, Channel 5.
Hi, Channel 5. How do you guys make your money and support yourself out here?
Hey, look, before all these niggas was doing this run out the store shit, we was walking out the store. We was having them say, y'all have a good day. Finesse them all, that's what it is, man. It's FBA shit, man.
If you were to guess, how much merchandise do you think you've been able to boost numerically in the past couple years?
Oh, God, everything, bro.
Probably like a 100 ball, maybe a little more than a 100 ball. You know what I'm saying? A little more than a 100 ball.
100,000.
Yeah, 100,000.
Hey, look, there's not a shop in Union Square that we haven't hit for at least 10 bands. All them designer stores, Montclair, Louis, Gucci, Sunglasses Hut. We was smacking them, bro.
I used to go to the Apple store and take the motherfucking display.
So again, if these stores had guns and they would just get shot, they wouldn't be doing this shit. But again, like these stupid easy on crime cities that just let people steal things, then if anybody defends themselves or their property, you're the one who goes to jail. You're just encouraging fucking crime, and they're just gonna keep doing more and more of it.
Display phones, bro. It's called gorilla boosting, bro. Go in there and come out, bro. Bare face and everything, no mask. You feel me? I'm in there, I'm getting out, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hey, honestly, I done splashed during the daytime. You feel me? I ain't even gonna cap. I done splashed over there on Lombard. Tourists over here talking about, oh my God,
Holy
if y'all
shit.
don't knock it off, you know what I'm saying? This is regular out here.
Can you tell me a crazy boosting story?
Crazy boost. Oh my God.
Oh, what's time, bro?
Which time? Shit. Was going to Twin Peaks, and there was somebody parked up on the side, trying to, you know what I'm saying, take some pictures and shit like that. Well, we end up splashing they shit.
Oh my God, I'm gone. Stay in here. Get down. Call Ashley. Stay down.
The next day, motherfuckers on the news.
Team of gunmen rob a film crew in front of terrified witnesses.
And see, one of the robbery suspects pistol whips one of the victims. Tripod legs are hanging outside of the rear passenger window, and as they drive away.
You feel me? But can't speak too much on that, because, you know what I'm saying?
Tell them the Gucci story.
Okay, so one time we went to the Gucci store, RIP my nigga Fury, man, FBA, man.
We went to Union Fury, man.
Search continues this morning for the gunman who robbed another high-end designer store in San Francisco's Union Square.
So I stole two $2,000 purses. He stole a tracksuit, alarms, and everything. My nigga Fury stole a couple things too, and he got alarms all through the Gucci tracksuit walking in.
Beeping, bro.
Bam, 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 and we're just everywhere we walk, bro, in the store beeping. The motherfuckers knew we was up to no good. By the time they come up, like, sir, you need any help? Nah, I just need help to show me where the exit's at now. I'm about done here. We walked out with like $10,000-$15,000 worth of shit, bro.
Are you guys worried about consequences like from the police out here?
Well, San Francisco doesn't believe in crime. What are you talking about? You know what I'm saying? Shout out to DA though. Oh, shout out London Breed too. Shout out London Breed.
And once the arrests are made, we are hopeful that our DA will prosecute.
Hey, I did time in San Francisco, but never like stayed more than like a couple weeks. You know what I'm saying?
We've been doing consequences since juvenile hall. Graduated to prison.
Most definitely.
Still out here, same shit, same environment.
I think they don't give a fuck.
Do you think that's changing the way that like businesses decide to move their shit here?
Oh yeah, for sure. That's why they're all closing down on Market.
Since the start of the year, the city has seen the exit of more than a dozen national retailers from the downtown area.
Yeah.
Do you guys feel bad about that? Or?
Absolutely not. Welcome to the Bay. Straight up. Welcome to the Bay, bro.
Welcome to the city. You know
and I hope when you executives come over here to finalize the paperwork to sign to close the store, your shit gets splashed, my nigga. Welcome to the Bay Area, bro. It's just what we do. We do it all. Splash shit.
They don't need to go to jail. They need to get shot, dude. You need to shoot these motherfuckers.
Line them up, stain gang, we do all that, bro. Trap.
Bib City.
Chanel 5 Andrew is a loser. This guy just thinks anyone committing a crime is cool because they're minorities or oppressed or something. This loser will be a victim to crime one day and regret glorifying it.
Anti-Semitism, as we know, is hatred and prejudice and racism towards Jewish people and their faith and their ethnicity. Anti-Zionism is a movement fighting against the occupation. This is a settler colonial fascist regime that we're seeing attempting to wipe out an entire indigenous civilian population.
Oh my God. Just stop sending me this stupid shit. Like, I'm done. Why are you sending me fucking videos like where people just repeat the same buzzwords? Genocide, fucking public, or what's the other one? Genocide, ethnic cleansing, shared punishment or whatever, or collective punishment. Who cares? It's boring. Like, I can't fucking keep saying the same things about the same arguments over and over again and keep my sanity. Thanks for the donation, though, Zoe.
Everything, bro. Out the bitch, you name it, we doing it.
Off the bitch.
Working with our Hondos, you know, this baby Honduras right here, man. You feel me?
Shocking discovery in California's drug trade. Hundreds of San Francisco's dealers are coming to our state from just one place, the small town of Syria Valley. It's in the middle of Honduras. You can see in these pictures the many homes in the Syria Valley are built with images of familiar Bay Area icons.
I work at La Cocina up the street. It's about 30, 40 Hondos out in front of that motherfucker every day selling dope.
Hey, what the fuck? What you want, bruh? Don't be recording all of that up in my face, bruh. Get that shit up on, bro. Don't fuck around like that, bruh.
The Hondos are Hondurans, and they're posted on every block. Police roll right past. They don't get out. They don't roll their window down. They don't say shit. They just look at them, keep going.
What's going on with the Honduran gangs here?
As far as I know it, you get a lot of young people that are trying to cross into the country, and so they get sponsored. You get a lot of Mexican cartels that are offering basically protection to these young people, and then once you're here, you're working for them.
This is a very important part of the story. I had a chance to speak with a couple Hondos, but I did so off camera. Putting them on camera could put them and their families at serious risk. Here's how it works, and here's why they're in San Francisco. Let's start with the history of fentanyl. Fentanyl is produced by China, or in China, depending on how you look at it. They sell most of their product legally to American pharmaceutical companies, like Johnson & Johnson, who owns the patent to fentanyl patches, fentanyl candy, and fentanyl liquid IV drip.
Fentanyl is used in operating rooms and to control pain after surgery.
Much like Nike, Apple, and other American corporations looking to save money by outsourcing production to countries with lax labor regulations, American pharmaceutical companies literally procured trillion-dollar contracts with Chinese medicine manufacturers to produce cheap generics of many of our favorite drugs today. Percocet, Oxycontin, Xanax, promethazine and codeine, aka Dirty Sprite. And last but not least, the man of the hour, fentanyl. There's not really any music about fentanyl, yet.
Fentanyl is going to bind to your opioid receptors in your central nervous system.
Well, at some point, these Chinese manufacturers realized there was more eager clients besides Johnson & Johnson. And the coolest thing about these new clients, they don't even need you to actually make the fentanyl. All they need is the analog precursors, sodium borohydride and chloride. They bake it down, bag it up, and smuggle it into the US. These companies were the Sinaloa cartel and the Jalisco New Generation cartel, $2 billion Mexican drug empires competing for control of smuggling routes into the United States. And so it began.
Drug overdoses are killing more Americans now than at any time in history.
100,000 people died.
At 22 years old, Sawyer Post made a mistake. He tried Percocet, a prescription painkiller.
The Percocet itself was laced with fentanyl. Unfortunately, my son.
Krista says she believes.
You think the manager handled the problem well?
Hello.
Are you looking for anything in particular?
Oh, no thanks. We're just browsing.
Cool, no worries. We'll just sing out if you need a hand. I'm sorry, could you ask your son to stop running around the store? Sorry.
Oh, no, he's fine. He's just playing.
No. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I am going to have to ask you both to leave, please. If you do that, I will have to call the manager.
Oh my gosh, listen to yourself. You're a loser. A big, stinky loser.
Now you've made me do it. Rowan!
What's going on?
Okay, well, this kid is ruining the store. The mum's just letting it happen, and they won't leave.
I'll deal with this. What's that?
What? Hello.
Are you looking for anything in particular?
That wasn't funny. Thanks for the donation.
Nigga fuck Somalia, you Somali bitch.
I'm not Somalian, but thanks for the donation, ZZ.
What's up, guys? I'm exhausted, but the show must go on, so I'm going to show you guys 2 lunches.
Whoops. Eat veggies donated to Tellers the Sam Hyde, a white supremacist neo-Nazi. Yes, I can't decide. He is.
We made it. My private wilderness retreat.
The color.
Live, tortured. These accounts.
I'm not watching that.
He just got hit you and you hit me 2 times. You come. Yeah, I got hit. I got hit. I got hit. I got hit. Don't be the rap.
Why are you saying what?
Did you spill all of that guy? Yeah. He burned my pad. He burned your pad? Yeah. He's a little kid, bro. Back up! Little kid. Hey, you need to call the cops or something, dude. Want me to walk off? Yeah. Get off. I need to talk to you. Dad. Are you hurt? Are you not how dead you Relax. Yo! I'm dead, bro. I didn't know. Just walk the other way.
Shoot again. Oh, well. Look. Fuck that. Try it. Oh. Hey, Ref, I can tell you this much, and nobody's following. Hey, Ref, dude. I can tell you this much, nobody's following. We have all footage and everything. We have a guy's camera and the whole thing. Yeah? Yeah, we have the whole camera. There's nobody following.
We just have fast trigger fingers.
So you guys aren't full out or feathering trigger?
No.
Okay, well, guess what? We got cameras too, and I guarantee that you guys are running hot. I never cut like this.
They don't even have polar stars.
But yeah, we don't have polar stars.
Hey,
hey, what the? Q.
Don't talk like that to me.
Hey, Q, come here.
You think you is? Oh, destroy you, little girl.
Is this shot this thing like? Are you really? You can. You just first of all, who is what? We're all green. So why the I shot you before? You shot me first, dude. And that's blind firing. There's no blind firing in airsoft. Blind firing.
He shot me first.
Doesn't matter, man.
Get off me. He shot me first.
Hey.
He shot me first.
Let him go. Stop.
He shot me first. So let go.
Take your mag out.
It is out. Like, oh my.
Don't goddamn come back.
Yes, sir.
Undo your line.
He was the one who shot me first. So let go of me. So surprised. My property.
Yes, and I'm walking out with you.
Well, some of those were decent fights, I guess.
Believes this was Trinity's first time trying drugs.
9-year-old died from a fentanyl overdose.
Every day, 200 Americans die from a fentanyl overdose. Since 2018, which is around when these American-funded Chinese manufacturers began working with the cartels in Mexico, that number is now over 260,000 people. In San Francisco, about 2 people die from an overdose every day. Here is some incredibly sad footage of a husband handing over his wife's body to the San Francisco medical examiners.
Bye-bye, Vicky. Bye-bye, girl. Let me see it. Bye-bye. I love you, Vicky. I love you, life. I love you to death. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, girl. I'm sorry.
Can I give you a hug?
Oh, here, man. Thank you. I can't take it anymore. You didn't even know Vicky, did you?
No.
Now, what you have to understand is that from a distribution standpoint, the current fentanyl crisis is much different than America's last significant drug crisis, which was the crack cocaine epidemic in the 1980s. Back then, cartels and possibly the CIA sold directly to American gangs to distribute in places like Los Angeles, Miami, and New York City. However, over time, the cartels realized that it was much more profitable to import their own dealers into the United States from impoverished third world nations. This is what's going on with the Hondurans. The cartel scouts in the slums of Central America and finds working-age males in poverty. They promise them free, safe passage up north into the United States. Now, we at Channel 5 may or may not have recently gone to Latin America to follow in the footsteps of one of these Honduran migrants. But I will tell you this. Shortly after being smuggled across the U.S. border, many of these Hondurans are driven straight to San Francisco, given a package of fentanyl, given a street corner, and told they must sell it to pay off their coyotes. Anyways, more from the FEA gang.
Just catch a real quick tag right here.
You guys going to the dead show? Have fun. I will.
As I stood on Market Street with FEA, a group of middle schoolers from Oakland approached us with backpacks full of candy for sale.
You take cash out, little brother? Yeah, for sure. I'm watching I got hella shit. You want some candy?
At first, I wasn't sure what was going on, but my new friend broke it down.
Yeah, so behind us right here, man, you know what I'm saying? We got these kids, I say about 12 to 15, 16. You heard one of them, he say from Oakland, so they hop on.
Eat veggies, donate tellers. Why do commies always try to say the only way to achieve veganism is through communism? I'm sick of communism spreading, and I don't understand why anyone thinks it would work. Well, the most communist countries are the least vegan, so look at China. Clearly Chinese communist policies have made the country less vegan. Yeah, animals are not being killed due to capitalism. They're being killed due to market demand. And the other link you gave me doesn't work. But, like, again, look at China. Chinese communist policies made people eat more meat rather than the opposite. Thanks for the donation, though, Eat Veggies.
Bart, come out here. This is Money Zone. Like I said, I ain't from out here either. Everybody comes out here from other cities. Rarely will you find someone from the city that's actually out here hustling. Basically what they did, you know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna speak too deep on it, but come here with some backpacks, go to a store, fill it up with candy, walk down Market, and the tourists, 9 times out of 10, they're gonna buy it. They think, you know what I'm saying, like, oh, okay, look at these kids. They got the little hustle going on here. We respect it. They could be out here stripping shit, this and that, so we're gonna support it. You know what I'm saying? Little do they know, but then, you know, you graduate. Now you figure out about bipping. Now you figure about house licks. Now you figure about playing with guns. Now you start, you know what I'm saying, you expand your horizon, you feel me? Bro, it ends up how me and my nigga Dre's ended up, bro. You start going to juvenile hall, and then you go to county jail, and then you go to prison. So he's supporting the young niggas, because we used to do some shit like that too.
The escalation of crime is pretty interesting.
Oh, it is. You know, they start looking up to the wrong kind of things too, like they look up to my nigga right here, you feel me? Bape outfit, you know, off-white belts, Jordans. That's the ultimate goal, is I want to be out here saucy, you know what I'm saying? There's no talking to the young generation either. They don't want to hear it, because I didn't want to hear it.
Is it possible to, like, stop people from going down this road?
Not really, because if you want it, you're going to get it.
Yeah.
I was the same way. You know, I was going to juvenile hall, motherfuckers was trying to preach this and preach that, and...
What you gonna do when you're making no money and you dropping out of high school? Got a baby on the way with your lady. She don't understand you a little crazy. You can't even stop. You're stealing from your parents and running from the cops. Yeah, let me keep it real. Take a moment, look back. Every kid's got a dream that it wasn't be a drug addict. If you want to be high, be a hope dealer.
I don't want to hear none of it.
That was one of the cringiest things I think I've ever witnessed.
Friend of mine who owns a small shoe and hat store had some thugs from California try to rob him. He locked the door and one of them ran into it and got a concussion. He was in court for 2 years and almost got charged with assault and false imprisonment.
Bro, There's like this disturbing trend where the government is more interested in prosecuting innocent people than they are in actually trying to prosecute criminals. It's so fucked. Like, how fucking stupid is the legal system, dude? I just don't know why they have an interest in doing shit like this. It's crazy. Thanks for the donation, though, Dick on the Moon.
But you feel me? I don't want to hear what you guys change your life and this and that and what it leads to. Like, I ain't tripping, bro.
What are your aspirations for your life?
Did you hear about the Rainbow Bridge explosion? Any new Frank vids?
I did hear about the Rainbow Bridge explosion, and yeah, there's one new Frank vid. We're gonna watch that after we finish this video. Thanks for the donation, James. Hey, dog. What's going on? It's a good dog. Dog, 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 dog. Yes. Hello. What's going on here? Oh my god.
Instigating then bitching out.
Okay, I'll look at that in a bit at random user. Thanks for the donation. Okay, my back up. Scoot. Scoot. My scoot. It's a good dog. Just scoot. Scoot. Thank you. It's a good scoot.
Who works here? The bounce is chill. Can I talk to a person who works here? Am I allowed to shoot them in here? Huh? Am I allowed to shoot them in here? Wait, why did it stop? Ask your manager. Can I shoot them? Can I shoot them in here? It's green and red flashing. Hey, watch this. Watch this. It's weird. It's. Ah. Oh shit! Chill, 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 chill. Stop shooting, bro. Who's shooting?
Dude, the paintballs, like the paintball guns that they give you for rent at these ranges are pretty weak. They're just not, it doesn't hurt that much. Especially if they're using like decent quality paintballs too, they splatter so easily. If you get like really shitty paintballs from Walmart that are super hard and you're using a really high powered gun, that'll hurt. But yeah, like, I don't know, this is just being dramatic.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, yeah. Cool.
Shot!
Too?
Why'd you shoot me?
Ow! Fuck!
He was so close! That hurts so bad!
Yeah, I got hit really hard.
Holy shit, Snake!
He shot me.
Yeah, they're just being dramatic. I don't think it was really hurting that much. Thanks for the nation of the random user. Tough on Crime donated $2. How do you cope with being in such a cucked country? Trudeau admitted there is no national identity. Whatever. Who cares? Let me see this.
Don't come at me, bro. Get away from me now. Get away from me now.
Fuck out of here, man!
Fuck you. What's up? What's up, then?
I don't take orders from schmoes like you boys.
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to take orders from you and answer your stupid fucking questions. Get in your car and get out of here. What are you gonna do about it?
Go ahead, call the cops, because I'll smash that phone you got right in your hand.
Yeah?
You ain't allowed to photocopy me, motherfucking phone. Go ahead, spray me. I dare
Touch
you.
me.
I'll touch
me.
you.
Get away from me now.
I'm gonna
Get away
beat
from
your
me
head
now.
in. Don't be filming
Get
me!
away from me now.
Why? What are you gonna do?
Get away from me now. If you don't stop, if you don't stop coming towards me, you get sprayed.
Go ahead, spray me.
Get away
Watch
from
what
me.
happens.
Come at me again.
Spray me.
Don't come at me, dude. Don't come
Spray
at me, bro. You're gonna threaten me now, huh?
Oh, I'll find you.
Go ahead.
Right over in a minute, you.
Don't come at me, bro. Get away from me now. Get away from me now.
And he got sprayed.
Don't come at me, bro. Are you serious? Dude, you come at me again.
Spray me again. I'm going that way.
You better go that way. Go that way now.
What are you gonna do?
Get away from me now. I warned you.
Well, too bad he didn't have a gun. Thanks for the donation, though, Tough on Crime.
Let's be honest. Me? Shit, I'm trying to get it together now, man. I've spent way too many years fucking up, you know what I'm saying? I'm getting close to 30 now, bro, and it's just trying to get into a union or something like that. That's the plan right now, bro, you know what I'm saying? And I'm in the process of that, bro, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of behind the scenes with this shit, you feel me? This is just...
Damn, you guys bought hella candy. What the fuck? You see how much candy they got?
It's not even about the candy, man. It's just the support.
I don't even want the candy.
You know what I mean? You gotta support. Shit, I'm about to head back to San but my nigga's gonna be out here. Pleasure meeting you, bro.
My new friends from FEA said they had to go back to San but I wanted to keep checking out the streets of the Tenderloin. So they linked me up with their friend named Antoine, who is a couple blocks away.
Oh, hey, what's up with my loved one? Sparky's on the lease.
It was pretty much filmed in a 6-block radius that composes one particular neighborhood in the city. This neighborhood is called the Tenderloin. Since the 1890s, it's been nicknamed the Tenderloin because it was suggested that police who patrolled the area receive additional hazard pay bonuses. Also, supplement their income with bribes from local brothels, gambling halls, speakeasies, and so forth. And ultimately, receive such a good payout, they could afford Tenderloin.
Do you remember Fauci Tube's concert meltdown where he said Drake was coming? If you do remember, thoughts on it?
I do. I don't have any thoughts on it. There's not much to say. Who cares? Thanks for the donation, though, Daffy.
Steaks for dinner every night. The point I'm making is that for over 100 years, cops in Frisco have turned a blind eye to crime in the Tenderloin. Much like the downtown east side in Vancouver, BC, Canada, or the Kensington area of North Philadelphia, they consider it to be a containment policy. If they allow certain things like open-air drug markets to occur in a specific contained zone, then crime is unlikely to occur in more affluent nearby neighborhoods. The same is true in San Francisco. Just a stone's throw away from the Tenderloin are very affluent neighborhoods like Nob Hill, Pacific Heights, and North Beach. These neighborhoods have a high police presence and low crime rates. Anyways, that's a story for another day. I wanted to check out some of the open-air drug markets that were allegedly in the Tenderloin. Antoine agreed to show me the biggest one, but he was a bit nervous about filming.
So what is this block up here that we're about to walk to?
This the block. This the block. If you you gonna see, but that's the block. You feel me? But it's just a popular block where things happen. Things happen. For downtown, you know, like we finna go check in with them. You know, I'm gonna let y'all know what's going on. I passed through, but I don't know enough, you know, to be right here. But I'm gonna let them go. You feel me? And do how they do when they do it.
So what's this block called again?
The Woo Block. WOO Block. I'm not from here. I don't hang out down here, but I know about it because I'm a San Franciscan. And just know, this block get a little crazy at times depending on what's going on, you feel me? It's a go-to block, one-stop shop. If you want to get something, they gonna have something, everything. That's why I said I'm gonna let the Hawk twins let you know.
What's going on, y'all, man? Y'all made it to the city, man, where it's pretty at.
Since you don't care, I want you to imitate Daffy Duck if he was watching Fauci Tube's concert meltdown a few years ago.
Oh. Okay, I'll try my best.
Wow, Fauci Tube is being a fucking retard. I can't believe he's acting like this. And said Drake was going to come.
There you go. Thanks for the donation, Daffy. What's going on here?
Addict.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
Get the fuck away from me. I said get the fuck away from me.
Bitch, and take it like a man.
Bye.
No.
I dropped that skinny asshole on his fucking head.
Hey.
Micah!
What the fuck do you want from me?
Dreams!
Yeah? Get the fuck away from me, I said.
Dude, he was following him for so long. Okay, thanks for the donation, random user.
We on the woo block, man.
Negative consequences of using drugs.
Aluminum foil. This is a lot of it.
What is it used for?
This is used so they can put their fentanyl on here, and then they burn it and they smoke it through a straw.
Shit, that is past the law. They don't take you to jail for stealing no more. You get cited and released. They damn near making it easy. You know what I mean? Like, and he looking at the niggas. The street goes.
Hand illegal market in the Mission District. Beyond that, we also shadow a pimp.
Oh man, I'll break bitches, man.
Throughout his day at work. If you'd like to see all of this content,
The
go to our
fuck?
Patreon. www.
Yeah, dude, San Francisco is a shithole. My God.
First one is going to be like simple, quick, where I didn't have time to make bread. And then the second lunch is going to be with the bread. So it's about 4 o'clock. Usually I'll get home between 3 and 5, and that's when I'll eat my lunch. So let me show you guys what is in the kitchen right now. So before I left for work, I set my Yum Asia rice cooker with 1 cup of rice in there. So it's been ready for like 2.5 hours. This is really nice and convenient. We just use the glass bottled Mountain Valley mineral water, 2 cups of mineral water, 1 cup of the organic basmati white rice. This is available on frankiesstrange.foods.com. And that was in there. Sometimes I'll make quinoa, the white quinoa, but I really do. I really do prefer the rice over it. The only issue is I need beans. I try to make beans once or twice a week, but since I don't have this rice meal regularly, the beans go bad in the fridge, so I just brought home a can of or jar of the jovial organic lean beans. So we're gonna have beans with the rice, and normally I would bring home roast beef, but you guys ate all the roast beef. You guys bought all my roast beef this week, so now I have to actually cook something for lunch, which I'm not too happy about. In our protein source for lunch dilemma, we have 3 options. We have Iberico ground tenderloin. I brought home a Wagyu tenderloin yesterday in my frustration of you guys buying all the roast beef. And then we got some beef stock concentrate. I haven't had this giardiniera yet. I really want to put it in a sandwich. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because the pickles and the sauerkraut should be ready now on the Foods website. So we're going to have garlic dill pickles and regular sea salt sauerkraut. Oh, here's an old steak that I should probably throw out. Oh well, we'll have the Wagyu tenderloin.
What is Frank making?
Looks like he's making white rice with some beans and red meat. Wouldn't have been too bad of a meal if he had excluded the red meat. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Appreciate it. Oh, dude. Oh, man.
Probably a little fatter than I usually have, but... And then over here, this is what we left breakfast. So this towel needs to get washed, so we'll put that over there. I didn't have the apple for breakfast, so we kind of saved it for lunch. We got our kefir grains ready. We're going to use the same cup for the water kefir and... Well, that's another bottle of water kefir and water. So sometimes what I'll actually do is, since we had half of this bottle for breakfast, I'll actually pour the water in there instead of mixing it in the glass. It doesn't really matter. I'm all over the place. But the point is I mix half water and half water kefir, and then we'll have 2 tablespoons of water kefir grains per meal. We have the apple is already ready. So basically the only thing we have to do for lunch is to sear that Wagyu tenderloin. And if I had the roast beef, I'd probably be eating already. Everything would be good to go ready. So for this Wagyu tenderloin, I'm just gonna pat the outside dry. We got some pure ocean salt from Frankie's Free Range Meat. This is actually a pretty big steak. I'll probably save half of it.
Ew, what the fuck? Why is he putting it on a towel?
This for tomorrow. And we just got a little bit of oil in the pan. So I'll let this heat up for a second. I don't like doing this, but I'm gonna cut this tenderloin in half, and I'll save half for tomorrow. So while that's going, we got our rice situation over here. I'm gonna put oh, that was too much. Maybe a teaspoon of oil in there. A little hard to be dexterous holding my camera. So we just put a little water and a little oil in the rice, and then we're gonna mix it up. Usually I try to time it so the rice...
Why is he doing that? Dude. What?
This is only like sitting in the rice cooker for an hour or less, but today we got a little busy at work and I stayed down there longer than I thought I would. So this rice is ready. I'm just gonna unplug it. And the beans, I'm just gonna drain them and rinse them with bottled mineral water. You get a nice crust when you pat the outside dry like that. So we got our jar of beans in the sink, and I'm basically schizophrenic, so I'm gonna rinse these with $1 worth of water. Our steak is probably raw on the inside, but I don't have the patience to cook this today. I just want to eat my lunch and relax and down. So now we got the pan that we cook the steak in. Shake our 75 cents worth of water off our beans, and then these go right in that oil. So the beans are not salted, but put a little bit of salt on them. Not even.
Yeah, again, this wouldn't have been too bad if he had just excluded the cancer-causing red meat.
I don't even put these back on the heat. I just let them sit in the hot pan with the oil. If the beans were coming out of the fridge, then I would need to heat them. You guys like my cleaning ability? Everything's a mess, dude. Yeah, like I haven't slept in a week, so things fall behind, to say the least. All right, so we're gonna put the beans in a bowl separately so that I can just throw them in the fridge afterwards, because this is like 3 meals worth of beans. So now we're just taking the rice out of the rice cooker. I'm so fucking over it, guys. I'm exhausted. I haven't had a day off in like 7 fucking years. I got 19 fucking things in front of me to do because my liver's fried. This is so You guys think I enjoy working all day to come home and do the 19? All right, I'll stop complaining. So we're taking zinc with lunch. And I did
Yep, vegans have to take 1 billion supplements, right?
some shorts last week. We have the it's over there. It's over there in the box. I got to send it to my camera buddy Rio to take a picture of it. But we have the mastic available in capsules now. I'm still gonna have the powder with this meal because I like having the powder with the meals if I can. But if you're on the go, if you're traveling, if you don't want to grind it into powder, we have the mastic available in capsules now. I need a knife for my steak. So we're gonna pour half water kefir and then half water into our glass. So water kefir, probiotic, high in B vitamins, helps digest and break down the carbohydrates and prevent candida overgrowth. I really kind of need it to sleep at this point. We combine it with the water kefir grains for more diverse probiotics and more powerful digestive aid. Both available on frankiesfreerangefoods.com. The organ supplements, guys, the zinc and the mastic powder is available on...
Thoughts on my concert meltdown? Drake was supposed to be their asshole.
I don't think Drake was supposed to be there, but FauziTube just has mental health problems. And he's had them for quite a while. Thanks for the donation though, FauziTube.
What was in that bowl under wraps?
That is water kefir grains. I don't even know what that is exactly, but it's some sort of probiotic food. Thanks for the donation, James.
Based on the little viewership Frank has, do you think he's actually making any money streaming? Or is he just wasting his time? Do you enjoy reacting to him?
Sometimes I enjoy reacting to Frank. Like, he is often a lolcow and fairly entertaining. I don't know if he's making much money from his streams. I think he might be, because I've seen some people donate, like, you know, fairly big donos to him, like, you know, $20 here, $30 there. So I think he does make a little bit of money doing his live streams. He might not have a big viewership, but the viewership he has seems to be fairly supportive. Thanks for the donation though, Mola. Primmy. Oh, don't go on my keyboard. No going on my keyboard, okay? That's right. You're not a keyboard cat. Get your cat butt out of my face. Damn cat butt. Ah. It's nudging me. You're a good kitty. That's right. Prismo is so soft. Just the softest kitty ever. Yes. It's so nice rubbing him.
Did I say the water keepers on Frankie's Strange Foods? I don't know, my brain's fried. The point is water keeper, Frankie'sStrangeFoods.com. As well as the rice, the beans. You guys can get that on the foods website too, and of course the steak is on the meat.
Gay, non-binary, queer, cisphobe donated $2. What are your thoughts on this? Let me take a look.
Veganism is not a left-wing movement, despite what many leftist vegans say to try and gatekeep the movement.
I'd agree. There's not really much to say about that. There's nothing about veganism that's left-wing. I'm not going to react to that video, though. It's a waste of time. Thanks for the donation, though, gay, non-binary, queer, cisphobe. Hey, Prim.
Website, and then the Honeycrisp apples can be obtained at your local grocer at your own risk. Quality control on the apples is difficult. So to start the meal, we're gonna have 2 tablespoons of water kefir grains.
Yeah, that looks unpleasant to eat.
I was reading a comment. Someone was saying like they get brain fog and stuff from water kefir. It's usually candida die-off. So you might want to be careful with mastic and try to reduce the amount of candida in your stomach before doing water kefir grains.
More pseudo-scientific fucking nonsense. Most people don't have candida overgrowth in their intestines, so that's just bullshit.
So, yeah, this...
And water kefir does not kill off candida.
This tenderloin, guys, is like, it's completely raw. But we're hungry and impatient. Yeah, this Wagyu tenderloin is probably the best piece of meat I've ever had, so. Last day of eating we had it, I think I said the same thing. I'm not that hungry now, but I'm really hungry. I could wolf this whole plate of rice in like a minute. But you need some fiber to break up all that rice. These beans are really nice. when I cook them myself, they don't usually turn out as good. I don't know how they do that, but the beans are like whole and cooked very evenly throughout, and they have a soft, creamy texture. Definitely way better than I get in my Instant Pot. I like white rice a lot. I just get worried about the arsenic. Although it's probably not that big of a deal. I'm gonna have my 2 zinc pills. And the reason we're taking zinc is because I found out my copper levels were high. I should probably do a video on that, but some of you guys are saying like...
How much if that food will Frank waste?
I don't think he really wastes much food. It looks like he does eventually eat it because I have seen him store leftovers in his fridge. But who knows? Thanks for the donation, James. Bootycom donated $2. Let me see.
Well, it's Monday and the landscapers are outside, so that means Onyx is inside. She doesn't like to go. There's Onyx. Doing okay, Onyx? Good kitty. She's out here relaxing, staying away from the landscaping crew. Getting some good REM sleep. She's looking at us with one eye. She's a good kitty. Well, Onyx, I'm going to go train legs since being out of the hospital. See you when I get back. Good kitty.
Well, he's not quite dead yet.
I was on the brink of breaking down crying all day today, having fantasies about customers shooting up the restaurant and killing me and thinking about bashing my own head against the metal bar top. Any advice to reduce my suicidal ideation till my doctor visit?
Well, the best advice I can give you is try not to overcomplicate your days, you know? When you look at things objectively, there's not too much to worry about, right? You just got to get up in the morning, eat, go to work, and then finish your day. So try to keep the thoughts in your head simple and focused, and don't try to overcomplicate things for yourself. It's my best advice. And if you really need help, then reach out to some like hotline or something, or family and friends, if you have any that can help you. Thanks for the donation though, Sky. Sun Goku donated $2. Let me see.
Why is Sam Solik doing half reps? Is this actually effective for muscle growth? Wouldn't a full range of motion be smarter? Actually, the latest science says Sam is onto something. What he's doing here is a technique called long length partials, which is when you do partial reps with the muscle in its most stretched position. And it's not just Sam. Ronnie Coleman did them, and even though it wasn't pretty, almost all of Branch Warren's training involved long length partials. As of now, there are 5 studies on long length partials versus full range of motion. 4 of them favored long length partials, and 1 study found no difference. And no studies favored full ROM. In my own training, I use them on my last set of pull downs, so once I can no longer get the bar all the way down, I keep pushing with partial reps. Same thing on leg curls. Once I can't touch the pad to my glutes, I crank another 4 or 5 partials. I've also been doing them on leg extensions from the first rep to the last rep, and I've been trying them on leg presses and chest presses as well. Just make sure you still control the negative and you still push the set hard. Why is Sam Solik doing
I think especially for back movements, long length partials are definitely effective. I don't really totally agree with all the training Sam does. I don't think he's just doing long length partials. I think he's trying to use more weight that he can really handle safely. But yeah, it doesn't seem like a bad idea. I would say especially if you're doing pull-ups, long length partials are a good idea. Thanks to the nation, this Son Goku.
Is Big Lenny out of the hospital?
Yes, James. Big Lenny got out, I think, 2 days ago. Something like that. So, yeah, he's out of the hospital. Still don't think he has long left to live, but he is out of the hospital. Thanks for the donation, James.
Like, oh, Frank, you shouldn't have supplemented all that copper and stuff. I don't think I took copper supplements more than 10 days in my entire life. I noticed the symptoms getting worse when I was having cream of mushrooms. I was making like a homemade cream of mushroom soup every day with like a ton of shiitake mushrooms. And that's when I noticed the symptoms getting bad. And I was like, is the copper in mushrooms really that bioavailable? And lo and behold, it was. So the combination of me not eating as much meat and eating an insane amount of shiitake mushrooms caused very high copper levels. So that's why we're taking the zinc now. Like, I'll still have, you know, mushrooms in the barley soup and stuff, but I was eating like basically pureed shiitake mushrooms by the cupful, which is a bad idea.
Why the fuck does he eat like the dumbest shit? Who the fuck eats like a cup of pureed shiitake mushrooms? Like, maybe if he just ate like a normal fucking person, he wouldn't have these health problems. It's bizarre.
Was his leg amputated?
No. They didn't amputate any of his legs or anything. I'm not sure exactly why he got admitted, but he had really bad edema and water retention, so that was part of the reason for the hospital visit. They also gave him wound care for his legs because, yeah, a lot of the flesh on his legs are, like, rotting and shit. But he has not had his legs amputated yet. Thanks for the donation, though, James. I'll be right back. Yeah. Mike donated $2, Darwin. Let me take a look. Oh my god.
Guys, for the first time.
Well, that is stupid. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Very delicious. As long as you take zinc with the meal, even if there's copper in the meal, the zinc's going to kind of help prevent the imbalance. So like, it's perfectly fine to eat a lot of mushrooms as long as you have zinc with the meal in the form of a supplement, because now I'm telling you guys, these beans, I don't know why I don't have those jar beans more often. Because we also have, I have a big bag over here, big 25-pound bag of beans. I'm not sure. What's up with lazy cuss tonight? We have a big 25-pound bag of beans on the foods website too, but those Those jarred beans they cook them really well with whatever manufacturing process they have. I got some more blood work yesterday, waiting on the results to see if my copper and ceruloplasmin are still elevated. I've told you guys before, like, I don't actually like eating. I'm usually not hungry.
A lot of grease on the floor.
Yeah, that would be a really hard cleanup job for sure. Thanks for the donation, James.
But if I go 6-7 hours.
Why am I getting recommended for fucking Destiny's stream?
I'll start getting headaches or like not feeling so good because of my liver. But I don't know, for some reason I can keep eating because it's taking me so long to chew everything. Yeah, because what can end up happening is if you have too much candida in your stomach and the water kefir grains, like if you take a lot of them, it might be enough to kill off the candida. But if it isn't, then you have the brain fog and you're not going to feel so good.
I have been religiously watching Frank's videos, and I am now on a pencil shaving diet. I eat 3 tennis balls at each meal and follow it with freshly brushed orange tabby fur. 7,777,777,777,777,777.
Well, that diet might be a little low in some vitamins and minerals, but good luck. Thanks for the donation, Thea, now, as long as you're not killing any animals.
But also you can't you have to follow this diet. Like you can't be carnivore and drinking water kefir. It's not going to work. You need carbs and fiber in the diet. It's like rice digests so fast. Even though I'm a little full, I just want to make sure like I'm full. I don't know why. I could just eat rice until I turn Japanese and explode into a sumo wrestler. Alright, well, that's alright. So now we have our Iron Crisp apple for dessert. The apple helps kind of like clean the starch off my teeth sometimes, and I'll swish around my mouth with the water kefir as I'm eating the apple. Alright, so another glass of water kefir and half of the apple. Now I'm going to have about a teaspoon of masticum. So the reason masticum is so effective and the reason I've been using it for so many years is the upper part of the digestive tract, where the liver's primary function is, where your stomach transitions to the small intestine. That's basically where like the bile duct is and where like your liver's connected. So that area right outside of the stomach in that upper small intestine is where like so much stuff happens. Like the bile gets released. There's a lot of absorption and release. So when I take masticum, it actually pushes food away from that spot, which is good because if toxic bile is being released in the beginning of my small intestine, I don't want it to sit there and be reabsorbed into the liver and be reabsorbed.
Tennis balls are mostly not vegan, WTF. My guy can't even be vegan and eat tennis balls.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, most tennis balls use wool. Thanks for the donation though, Chickpea. Appreciate it.
Absorb that early up. So because the mastic powder, it stays a powder for a little while, and then as it churns in the digestive system, it turns into a ball.
So Frank is wrong about so many things here. So first of all, yes, you can reabsorb bile acid, but your liver isn't reabsorbing bile acid. Your intestines are what are reabsorbing the bile acid. I also don't know where he's getting this idea, toxic bile. What makes it toxic exactly?
The masticum, in a way, pushes the food out of the stomach through the upper small intestine, and then the rest of digestion, it turns into a ball, and then you digest food normally. So it's a very, very interesting and special product that it works perfectly in that way.
I'd love to see research showing masticum does what he's claiming it does. It's just tree sap. It's all it is.
Because if you try to, the only other way you'd be able to do something like that is maybe hydrate a lot, try to eat extra fiber. It's very difficult to bypass liver damage without masticum. Anyway, I'll show you guys the next lunch, I guess. All right, guys, lunch number 2. Not much prep to show you guys because everything's pretty much done already, but we do have to assemble the lunch. On my mess of a countertop, we have our loaf of bread wrapped up in a towel. So this I'm just gonna slice up. Over here in the fridge, we have our white bean puree. I'm just gonna take a couple of scoops and put that in a bowl. And then we have our leftover ham from yesterday. We had half of it for lunch, so we're gonna have the other half today. I'm just gonna probably trim a little bit of fat off of this.
Nice cancer-causing fucking red meat.
And slice it up and put it on a plate. And that's gonna be lunch. Ham, bread,
Hope he fucking
and
chokes
white
on
bean
one of
puree.
these meals.
Alright guys, I don't really feel like chatting today, but I will explain every component of the meal. So our lunch is bread, ham, and white bean puree. This is the ham from the local pork share, corn and soy free pork. That was just smoked lightly. Very, very delicious. Homemade bread made with the instant yeast. We did the recipe last weekend if you guys want the recipe for that. And then we have the white bean puree, which is the white beans, the artichokes, a little bit of coconut oil and some salt. And also we put some collagen broth in the white bean puree for some more amino acids and some protein. So we have a lot of protein, fiber, starch, carbs, energy, feed the gut bacteria. This has been the base of all of my meals for a few years now, and it's really the base of basically any sort of healthy group of people that has ever existed throughout all of human history.
Don't know why the hell he's claiming that. I don't know what makes a population healthy because they eat red meat. You actually see the opposite. The more red meat a population eats, the less healthy they are. Longest living population on the planet are the Californian Adventist vegetarians. That should tell you something.
For food, we have the honey crisp apple for dessert. Everything else I would consider a supplement or probiotic. So, as usual, we have a glass of water kefir, which is half water kefir and half water to dilute it because it is very potent. We have a bowl of water kefir grains. We're going to do a few tablespoons of water kefir grains with the meal to help digest the carbs. Supplement-wise, I'm taking a vitamin B1 capsule.
That meat looks spoiled.
It probably is. I wouldn't be surprised if Frank just eats rotten meat. Thanks for the donation though, James.
Sorry if you have the chance, do you know of this guy?
There is no such thing as bad or good cholesterol. Today we're debunking myths.
Yeah, I know this guy. I know this guy. And there is such thing as bad cholesterol. It's bad because the more you have of it, the more likely you are to get heart disease. It's probably going to be stupid.
And going through what you need to do to protect your heart. Cholesterol is a waxy, fat-like substance that's found in all cells in the body. Your body needs this cholesterol to make hormones, vitamin D, and help to digest your foods. But there's a problem. Cholesterol doesn't mix with blood. Think of trying to mix oil and water. It doesn't work and they separate out. Instead, the cholesterol is packaged up into vehicles called lipoproteins. So LDL, or low density lipoprotein, simply refers to the density of the cholesterol that's packaged into that lipoprotein. The cholesterol structure itself is exactly the same, whether it's transported in a high density lipoprotein or a low density lipoprotein. The cholesterol itself doesn't cause heart disease. Instead, it's the concentration of the cholesterol carrying lipoproteins in the blood that really matter.
Yeah, so you're not going to get an increase in heart disease risk without increasing total particle count. So that's why ApoB is a better measurement of heart disease risk than just LDL. But you're splitting hairs. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. For the general population, all you really need is a basic lipid panel. You're very, very, very rarely ever going to see an increase in LDL without a concurrent increase in ApoB. When you raise your actual cholesterol count, you're going to also raise the total particle count of those lipoproteins.
And here comes the yelling from the keto and carnivore influencers, who will say things like cholesterol-carrying lipoproteins don't matter. What matters is insulin resistance and your overall metabolic health. They'll bring up graphs like this one, showing that low-density lipoprotein levels are associated with higher death rates, and the ideal LDL cholesterol level is 140 milligrams per deciliter. Now, the stakes are high. We absolutely need to get this right, so that we can prevent heart attacks and strokes. This is not to be trifled with. So let's unpack this myth step by step. Firstly, this is an observational study, so all the authors did was simply observe the population to see what trends they could see. But correlation doesn't equal causation. Instead, what's happening is that these low levels of LDL cholesterol are largely a marker of severe disease. Essentially, when a
Okay, he really shouldn't confuse people by saying correlation doesn't equal causation. He should have just mentioned that this is a cross-sectional study, and it has limitations where it cannot adequately prove causation.
A population is observed, those who have got chronic diseases, such as cancer or chronic kidney disease, they often have low levels of LDL cholesterol.
The meat and sardines need to go.
I would agree, James. Thanks for the donation, dude. So he's right about this. Either from a direct or indirect cause of disease, cholesterol can go down. So certain cancers will lower your cholesterol. Liver disease will lower your cholesterol. Usually people with kidney disease, they get a decrease in appetite. They don't eat as much. That will lower your cholesterol. So either as a direct or indirect effect of disease, that can lower your cholesterol. And then you get these false correlations where, oh, people who had really low cholesterol died at a higher rate. Well, the only reason they had those really low cholesterol levels was because they were sick. So they didn't die because of the low cholesterol. They died because they were sick.
Instead, we know that when we actively intervene and lower a person's LDL cholesterol levels, we lower the rates of heart disease. And we know this from randomized controlled trials. Cue more yelling from the keto and carnivore influencers, who will say that those results are explained by reduced inflammation levels, that when we actively lower a person's LDL cholesterol levels, we're also lowering their inflammation, and it's the lower inflammation levels that are responsible for the lower cardiovascular disease. It's got nothing to do with the LDL cholesterol levels. So let's address that point. We have
inflammation has a weak correlation with heart disease at best.
A massive trial called the PESA study, PESA, and it enrolled over 4,000 individuals who underwent 3 yearly examinations looking for blockages in their blood vessels. What they found is that for people that had optimal values for their cardiovascular risk factors, so they were insulin sensitive, they were at the perfect weight, they had low levels of inflammation, there was still a significant correlation between LDL cholesterol levels and the presence of blockages in blood vessels. And we can see this quite clearly on the graph, where as the LDL cholesterol levels increase, so too does the chance of developing blockages in our blood vessels. Again, what this trial tells us is even if you don't have insulin resistance,
That steak just made me retch.
Yeah, I think steak is really gross too. Thanks for the donation, James.
Resistance, if you have low levels of inflammation and you are a perfect weight, you can still develop blockages in your blood vessels if the concentration of the cholesterol-carrying lipoproteins is high enough. And when you lower that concentration, as evidenced by the randomized controlled trials, you lower your chance of blockages in your blood vessels, you lower the chance of heart attacks and strokes. Now, one criticism of the PISA study is that in the very low LDL cholesterol group, there was only 2 participants. This is because without using medications, it's almost impossible to reach these low levels of LDL cholesterol. You have to have won the genetic lottery, so it's very rare to have LDL cholesterol levels this low. However, as the numbers of participants increase, again you can quite clearly see the trend, where as LDL cholesterol levels increase, so too do the chances of developing blockages in our blood vessels. And taken together, this supports the idea that the lower your LDL cholesterol levels are, the better, as in the more protected you are against heart attacks and strokes. So how does a high concentration of low-density lipoprotein particles cause blockages in our blood vessels? Like I mentioned earlier, correlation doesn't equal causation. We need to have a firm mechanism for how LDL particles can cause blockages in our blood vessels, and this was explained beautifully by the European Atherosclerosis Society. They explain that LDL particles, they don't just passively move across blood vessel walls. Instead, there are specific pathways to cross the blood vessel walls, and this is called transcytosis. The take-home message before we move on to the next point is that if the LDL particles reach a certain concentration, even if you are metabolically healthy, you are insulin sensitive and you've got a perfect weight, you can still develop blockages in your blood vessels. And it's not the cholesterol itself, it's the concentration of the cholesterol-carrying lipoproteins that really matters. But lipoprotein concentration isn't the only
So again,
factor that
he's right. You're not going to see an increase in heart disease risk without seeing an increase in total particle count. So he is right about that.
we need to worry about. We still have to address all of the other risk factors, including insulin resistance, blood sugar levels, inflammation, blood pressure, weight. All of those risk factors, including lipoprotein concentrations, need to be addressed to reduce our chance of heart attacks. So coming back to lipoproteins, which lipoproteins do we need to worry about? Because on a regular lipid blood panel, you'll see LDL cholesterol. That's a measure of the amount of cholesterol that the LDL particles are carrying. It doesn't actually measure the number or concentration of the LDL particles. And it's not just LDL particles that contribute to blockages in our blood vessels. There are different types of LDL particles, such as small dense LDL.
Your liver makes all the cholesterol your body needs.
That is true. Any dietary cholesterol is bad for you. You should not be consuming any. Thanks for the donation, James.
Oxidized LDL, and there's lipoprotein a, just to name a few. So just relying on LDL cholesterol is an incomplete marker. Ideally, if my patients have the resources to fund it, I encourage them to check their ApoB levels. ApoB is a primary protein component of lipoproteins that cause issues with respect to our blood vessels. It's the ApoB family of lipoproteins that can be retained in our blood vessel walls, again leading to blockages. You'll hear some people talking about oxidized LDL or small dense LDL, that those are the ones to worry about. That has been debunked. It's the concentration of the ApoB containing lipoproteins that really matters. And for my patients that I see at the clinic, we aim for ApoB levels below 60 milligrams per deciliter. But as mentioned earlier, there are costs involved in measuring your ApoB levels, so if we have to rely on LDL cholesterol levels alone, we still target a level below 60 milligrams per deciliter. Now you'll notice that that level is significantly less compared to the American Heart Association guidelines. And I'll reference the PISA study again because we can see that if the LDL cholesterol levels are above 60, that's when it seems that atherosclerosis or blockages in our blood vessels can occur. The next question is, why don't we pay that much attention to the HDL cholesterol levels that are also commonly measured on a standard lipid blood test? It used to be thought that by raising the concentration of HDL particles, we could be protected against heart disease. Unfortunately, those studies failed, and that's why clinicians instead focus on ApoB levels. So how do we lower ApoB containing lipoproteins? Well, we always start with diet, and we don't just want to focus on a diet that lowers ApoB levels. Ideally, we want a diet that also helps to lower blood pressure and lower our weight. So to provide a quick summary, we want a whole food, high protein diet, but the proteins that we select should
Okay, I don't know why it has to be high in protein.
be lean, as in low saturated fat. We know from a Cochrane review that as
I also don't know why he showed a fucking photo of chicken breast. Like, buddy, you can lower cholesterol further by eating foods that contain fiber and have no cholesterol. Most cholesterol in people's diet is going to come from skeletal muscle tissue or eggs. So if you can get rid of skeletal muscle tissue out of somebody's diet, that would reduce their cholesterol intake pretty substantially. So rather than a chicken breast, you can have seitan, for instance, which has 0 cholesterol, 0 saturated fat. It does contain some fiber and is extremely high in protein. It's 80% protein.
As we lower our saturated fat intake, we lower the chance of heart attacks. And a quick note that saturated fat is different to dietary cholesterol. So for most patients, dietary cholesterol that's commonly found in things like eggs doesn't have a huge impact on our blood cholesterol levels. It's the saturated fat that
So he's right here, but he should probably clarify because this is a bit misleading. Dietary cholesterol does not have as significant of an effect on your serum cholesterol score as saturated fat does. That doesn't mean the effect of cholesterol on your serum cholesterol is non-significant. If you compare somebody eating a 0 cholesterol diet to somebody who's eating about 500 milligrams of dietary cholesterol per day, you're going to see about a 10 to 15% difference in their serum cholesterol score, with most of that coming from LDL. That is substantive when it comes to heart disease risk. So that does give a meaningful clinical difference. Now, again, you're not going to expect linear increases in your serum cholesterol score by adding dietary cholesterol. It actually follows a hyperbolic curve where it ends up flattening out. So that's why cholesterol isn't as important when it comes to so dietary cholesterol isn't as important when it comes to reducing serum cholesterol. Saturated fat matters a lot more, but that doesn't mean dietary cholesterol is not significant.
increases our blood lipoprotein concentrations. We also want to focus on
I genetically have extremely high levels of lipoprotein, A, levels, but my LDL remains under 70 and total cholesterol remains under 100 mg/dl. Any recommendations?
If you're talking about ApoA, that doesn't matter. That just means your HDL is high. So there's nothing to recommend. If you have a high HDL, it just doesn't matter. If your LDL is under 70 and your total cholesterol score is under 100, then your lipid markers are good. Thanks for the donation, though, Josh.
On high fiber foods, because again from Cochrane, we can see that as we increase our fiber intake, we lower our total and LDL.
What the hell is that food?
I have no idea, dude. There's some weird food photos or videos in this video. Thanks for the donation, James.
Cholesterol levels. And in terms of blood pressure, we want to be consuming high potassium foods, such as beans, lentils, avocados, spinach, broccoli, and peas. And of course we want to be exercising. Now if diet and exercise aren't enough, there are a myriad of cholesterol-lowering medications that we can use. So make sure to check out this next video.
Yeah, so I would say this video is 99% accurate. Just a little bit here and there that he could have changed to make the video just that much better, but yeah, 99% accurate. All right, back to some tards.
In the morning, I usually take B complex and B1, or I'll take 2 vitamin B1, and the reason I'm taking B1 is because if you look at the B vitamin difference between whole grains and refined grains, what happens is all the B vitamins get slightly reduced, but vitamin B1 thiamine is greatly reduced. So by having white bread and supplementing B vitamins, it's basically like eating whole grains, and whole grains are kind of gross. I don't really like whole wheat. I don't really like the whole grains, but the white bread I do like a lot, and just by supplementing the B vitamins, you're able to offset the negatives of the reduction of B vitamins in the refined grains. So you want to supplement basically B complex and B1. We do have all the B vitamins available on organ supplements, but it can be kind of tricky. Like maybe there's a few B vitamins that you would want to omit, but then you'd be taking like B1, B2, B5, B6, B7, B9. Like maybe you'd want to omit B12 and B3. But it's really, it gets really confusing when you start.
Frank is again a hypochondriac. He's like he's taking these supplements for no reason.
Is Frank just delivering lines?
He's saying stupid shit is what he's saying. Thanks for the donation though, James. It's basically impossible to have a vitamin B1 deficiency if you're eating food. Like, it's practically impossible. So he's just assuming he has some sort of nutrient deficiency or some kind of health problem, and then taking a bunch of unnecessary supplements to resolve this imaginary problem.
Separating B vitamins, so that's why I just take B1 and B complex, which we both have on organ supplements in addition to the mastic gum. So the mastic gum I'll take just like half a teaspoon at the end of the meal, and I think I showed you guys a few times last week. We have the mastic capsules, which have gone missing from my table.
Oh, lipoprotein A, not ApoA. You're probably gonna have to solve that with medication. Yeah, I would just talk to your doctor about medication. If your LDL and everything's low, but your LPA is like super high, then yeah, you probably have to go down a medication route.
But the mastic gum is now available in the capsules as well, so you guys don't have to grind it up into a powder and stuff. Oh, I put it in the box. We need to send it to Rio to take pictures of it for the website. That's where the mastic gum went. But that's gonna be my lunch for today. This ham, guys, the ham with a piece of bread, really, really delicious. I've really been enjoying it. And when you have
Are you streaming tomorrow?
Yes, I will be streaming tomorrow. I have a doctor's appointment at 3 p.m. tomorrow that I can't miss. It's pretty important. But when I get home, I'm going to start streaming. Turkey Tom is supposed to be releasing that documentary tomorrow at 2 p.m., so when I get back home, I'm going to start streaming right away, and we're going to react to the documentary on stream. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Appreciate it.
For high quality ingredients, you can keep it simple and it still tastes good. Granted, it was prepared properly and there's a little salt in it. But that should be it for lunch. Everything you guys see here is available on Frank. I mean, I'm Italian, so I like pork more than beef. Most of the time I don't, but sometimes I'll just have bread with the white bean puree. But usually I want to have a little bit of protein in the meal as well. There's other modern factors that can deplete B vitamins and make it. I can reduce my portion size, which might have. Maybe we'll do that next week or maybe soon.
Well, that was rather boring. As usual. But that's Frank for you.
What is the doc name?
It's gonna be on Turkey Tom's channel, so it'll be the next video he uploads. But, I think he titled it... Give me a second. YouTube's Most Psychotic Vegan. That's what it's titled. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Appreciate it.
The Khaybar oasis was one of the most fertile and richest areas of Western Arabia. The Jews inhabitants were mostly farmers who lived in a half of a dozen fortresses. Because of their fertile land and ability to process the desert land into fruitful ground, the Khaybar Jews enjoyed higher living standard than most people in the neighboring areas. A year after the expulsion from Medina, Huyai ibn Akhtab decided to come back to Medina. There was an urgent matter that he needed to take care of. His intention was to help his friend, Ka'b ibn Asad, who was the leader of the Jewish tribe Bani Qurayza, the last Jewish tribe of Medina. At that time, Prophet Muhammad and his Muslim army were at war with the people of Bani Qurayza. Huyai was in the fortress of Bani Qurayza when they surrendered to Prophet Muhammad. But the Prophet had no mercy for the Jewish prisoners of war. Let's see the explanation from Sirat Rasul Allah by Ibn Ishaq, page 464. Then the apostle went out to the market of Medina, which is still its market today, and dug trenches in it. Then he sent for them and struck off their heads in those trenches as they were brought out to him in batches. There were about 5 prisoners in each batch. They were forced to kneel facing the trench, in front of the Prophet. And then the soldiers did their jobs. Among them was the enemy of Allah, Huyai ibn Akhtab, and Ka'b bin Asad, their chief. How many Jewish prisoners did the Prophet kill on that day? There were 600 or 700 in all, though some put the figure as high as 800 or 900. This went on until the apostle made an end of them.
Jesus.
2 years after Prophet Muhammad expelled and massacred the Jews from Medina, he decided to attack the Jews of Khaybar. What is the reason of the attack? Here is the explanation from Tabari, Volume 8, page 117. The Banu Sam, who were a part of Aslam, came to the messenger.
I love thee, I love thee, I love thee, I love thee. L is a bitch. Asna ik mean.
Nice try. Thanks for the donation. My name is Bitchard.
Of God and said,
Rasulullah, By God we have been struck by drought and possess nothing.
But they found that the messenger of God had nothing to give them. So, the prophet said,
O God, thou knowest their condition, that they have no strength, and that I have nothing to give them. Open to them for conquest the greatest of the fortress of Kai.
I touched a PP yesterday.
That's pretty cool. Hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for the donation on Wib.
Bar, the one most abounding in food and fat meat.
You have to rob the Jews so that you can eat?
Well, yeah, why not? Allah already promised me victory and plenty of loots for me in Quran, Surah.
Yeah, I think we've already seen that one. Whoops. Let's see, there's a few I wanted to watch. Oh, the origin of the hijab.
There are two Quran verses related to the order of hijab. Quran, Surah Al-Ahzab, verse 53 and 59. Quran, Surah Al-Ahzab, verse 53. When you ask, the wives of the Prophet, for anything, ask them from behind a curtain. That will be purer for your hearts as well as their hearts. It is not right for you to cause annoyance to the messenger of God or for you ever to marry his wives after him. Indeed that would be an enormity in the sight of God. Quran, Surah Al-Ahzab, verse 59. Tell thy wives and thy daughters and the women of the believers to draw their cloaks close round them. Why did Muhammad reveal these verses? To understand that, we need to see the events behind the verses. Hadith Sahih Bukhari, Volume 1, Book 4, Number 148 explains the event behind the Quran, Surah Al-Ahzab, verse 59 Revelation. The wives of Muhammad used to go to Al-Manasi, which was a vast open place near Bakia at Medina, to answer the call of nature at night. Umar ibn al-Khattab did not like what he saw.
Astaghfirullah Azim. What an embarrassing view.
He decided to complain about this to Muhammad.
O Rasul Allah, let your wives be veiled so nobody could see their bodies when they are defecating.
But Muhammad ignored him. Umar angrily thought in his mind.
He does not consider it as a big problem.
One night, one of Muhammad's wives, Sauda bint Zam'a, went out at night to Al-Manasi to defecate.
I better follow her.
Ooh, what a relief.
O Sauda. By Allah, you cannot hide yourself from us, so think of a way by which you should not be recognized on going out.
Umar, what are you doing here?
This is so bizarre, dude. So, like, this guy would follow women into some field that nobody goes to so he can watch them shit. And then he was complaining that he could see them taking a shit. Then don't follow them into that field where they take a dump. Like, what the fuck?
Here. Are you watching me? Astaghfirullah. What's wrong with you?
How disgusting.
Sauda was embarrassed and left the place quickly. Sauda met Muhammad in Aisha's house.
O Rasulullah. I went out to answer the call of nature and Umar scolded me for not covering myself enough.
No worry, Sauda. Allah's revelation just came to me. Permission has been granted to you that you may go out for your needs.
Umar later came to Muhammad.
O Rasulullah. Good and bad persons visit you, so I suggest that you order your wives to observe veils.
After Umar requested several times, eventually Muhammad gave in.
Oh, all right. Here, Allah revealed Quran, Surah Al-Ahzab, verse 59. O Prophet, tell thy wives and thy daughters and the women of the believers to draw their cloaks close round them.
Wow, Allah sent a verse based on my request.
Umar did not ask Prophet Muhammad to reveal the Quranic verse of hijab because he respected women. No, far from it. He just disgusted to see Sauda's body when she answered the call of nature. But what kind of man liked to peek at his best friend's wife when defecating? The following hadith shows a clear example how Umar disrespected women. Musannaf ibn Abi Shayba, number 6382. Anas reported. Umar saw one of our maidservants wearing a veil and he flogged her. Umar said, do not resemble free women. Muslims nowadays claim that Islamic veil is the symbol of respect toward women. If that's so, then why Umar flogged the female slave for wearing a veil? Umar certainly hated women. Take a look at this following hadith. Hadith Imam Muwatta Malik, Book 30, number 14. A Muslim came to meet Umar ibn al-Khattab.
Oh, Umar, I need your advice.
What is your problem?
This is my situation. I have a Jariya and I used to be intimate with her. My wife disliked it. She went to my Jariya and suckled her. When I would like to approach my Jariya again, my wife told me I am not allowed to do so anymore, since she had suckled her.
She is our relative now. You cannot be intimate with her anymore.
What? So this guy was having sex with his slave. His wife didn't like that. So she sucked on her tits. And that makes her family? What? Dude, how can anybody take this religion seriously?
Umar then ordered,
beat your wife and go to your Jariya again. Kinship by suckling is only by suckling babies.
So the Muslim did exactly what Umar told him to do.
This is for trying to prevent me to approach my Jariya.
Then he approached his Jariya again. Umar was a violent man who did not hesitate to enslave, beat, flog, betray women, even advised other Muslims to do the same thing. Muhammad also supported Umar's violent tendency toward women by saying, a man will not be asked as to why he beat his wife. Muhammad and Umar were just two of a kind of men who used violence to control women around them.
Dodo Night Tellers, I fell asleep for about an hour or close to 2, and I had at least one nightmare, maybe like 2 or 3 different nightmares. And I can't remember any details of them, but I remember they were very engaging and not vague. One of them, the guy said, Saga Anderson, you're the... Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo. It's interesting.
The hijab order came out of their hatred toward women. Al-Suyuti mentioned another event behind Quran, Surah Al-Azab, verse 53, in his book Asbab al-Nuzul Quran. One day, Talha ibn Ubaydillah came to his cousin, Aisha, and chatted with her. Muhammad came and he did not like what he saw.
Don't you ever come here and talk to my wife alone again.
But Aisha is my cousin, and Allah knows that neither I nor she said anything abominable.
There is none more jealous than Allah. There is none more jealous than me.
Talha left Aisha's house angrily.
Muhammad refrain us from marrying our cousins, yet he marries our women after we die. Therefore, after he dies, I will surely marry Aisha.
Muhammad was shocked when he heard that.
Oh no, you don't. Allah just said that it is not right for you to annoy Rasul Allah nor marry his widows after him at any time. When you ask my wives for anything you want, then ask them from behind a screen. Quran, Surah Al-Azab, verse 6 says, the Prophet is closer to the believers than their own selves and his wives are their mothers. You cannot marry your own mother.
Since then, Muhammad's wives always had to wear hijab or niqab whenever they met any man who is not their relatives or husband.
Jesus.
Tafsir Quran Tabari in Ibn Kathir, Surah Al-Azab, verse 59, mention another story behind the hijab order. In Medina, the wives of the Prophet sometimes had to go out at night to answer the call of nature. Their houses had no restroom, so they would go to an open field, named Al-Manasi, to defecate or to urinate.
What? No. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Yeah, I can't remember the... okay.
On the way to go to Al-Manasi, some young men would harass and tease them. When they reported that harassment to the Prophet, he did not to do anything toward the rowdy young men. Instead, he ordered his wives to wear hijab that covered all parts of their bodies, including the eyes.
Oh, Allah just sent an order for you all. Quran, Surah Al-Azab, verse 59. O Prophet,
I don't know.
ask your wives, daughters, and believing women to draw their cloaks over their bodies. In this way, it is more likely they will be recognized as virtuous and not be harassed. And Allah is all-forgiving, most merciful.
Yeah.
In the first case, the problem was because of the lack of clean toilet facilities among the Muslim society. Prophet Muhammad did not do anything to improve the sanitary facilities for them. The intention of hijab was to cover up the wives while still doing their business to answer the call of nature in a very primitive way. As the solution of the toilet problem, the hijab functions as a portable outhouse that enabled the Prophet's wives to defecate on an open field without exposing their bodies to Umar. This portable outhouse is definitely not necessary for women nowadays because they have much better toilet facilities. The next hijab event was about a husband's uncontrollable jealousy toward his wife. Not only that, the Prophet apparently was a control freak as well. While he freely be intimate with many women around him, Muhammad...
Dodo Donatillers, can you either start Alan Wake now or don't play tonight? Yeah. I'm really tired, so I don't think I'll play tonight. If I do play a game, it'll probably be Spider-Man 2. But yeah, I'm fucking tired as shit. Thanks for the nation, though, Dodo.
Has this become an app stream?
It might become a nap stream. You never know. I am tired. But thanks for the donation, James. Appreciate it.
Wanted to be sure that all of his many wives would be widows forever after he died. To accomplish this, he revealed Quran, Surah Al-Azab, verse 53, "It is not right for you to cause annoyance to the messenger of God or for you ever to marry his wives after him." The source of the problem is in Prophet Muhammad's mental health, yet he punished his wives by wearing hijabs that function as a portable jail. He even told them to just stay at home in Quran, Surah Al-Azab, verse 33. Would wearing a hijab could cure the husband's mental problems? The last case was about rowdy young men harassing the Prophet's beautiful wives. He had all the power in Medina to control these young men, to order them to behave, but he didn't do it. Instead, he put all the blame on his wives by forcing them to wear the hijab that cover all parts of their bodies, even including the eyes. That kind of covering would certainly limit their eyesight and mobility. My question is, can a veil or hijab alone protect women from the hands of sick-minded men? The answer is emphatically, no. Conversely, the responsibility and desire of the hearts of men should be to protect the chastity of a woman. Women are more safe if the men are educated and taught to respect women. Only in this type of environment can women thrive. For instance, Khadija, the first wife of Muhammad. Would Khadija be able to work productively as the boss of her trade and transportation company if she had to face so many limits?
What do you do when you are not streaming or training?
There's a lot of different things. So I might practice racing or drifting on my racing sim setup. Just chilling, watching videos, playing video games. I do play games with my friend, fair bit. Might play with RC cars. Might spend time with Jasmine. And I'll do things that aren't necessarily exercise for exercise sake. So like I'll ride my bike, rollerblade, stuff like that. Like I wouldn't consider that training necessarily. It's just more exercise. So that is some of the stuff I do when I'm not streaming or training. Thanks for the donation though, JDJ. Appreciate it. Yeah, of course, head tie.
Limitations that Muhammad put on the women in Medina. To be able to run her business, Khadija had to deal face to face with her employees, camel riders that were mostly men in her office. Under Islam, she wasn't allowed to be alone with them. That kind of limitation would severely restrict her ability to conduct her business. Under Sharia, Khadija would have to ask a permission from her husband or male family member to have a career. This is laughable since Khadija was the one who provided for Muhammad throughout their 25 years of marriage.
That's funny.
She supported the Muslims during the boycott time in Mecca. She couldn't do that if she had to just stay at home, such as the order in Quran, Surah Al-Ahzab, verse 33. She thrived and was respected in Mecca because the pagan Meccan community upheld her freedom and rights to pursue what she wanted. Muhammad ignored all of these, and decided to revoke women's freedom with misogynic orders such as Quran, Surah Al-Ahzab, verse 53 and 59. Because of this, millions of women in Islamic countries simply don't have freedom of choice. Hijab for them is a forced legal requirement. Those women who prefer not wearing hijab could face deadly consequences. They could have their faces slashed with razors, have acid thrown in their faces, or they could be killed and imprisoned until the Islamic regimes were able to enforce compulsory veiling and establish their rule. In the past, Muhammad went mad, therefore he suppressed women. After his time, Muslim leaders follow Muhammad's madness to the extreme, to the point of killing women in the name of Islam, as in the recent slaying of Masa Amini.
Fucking based video, dude.
Natural vegan lifter. Don't hate on the makeup, you anti-makeup supremacist.
Let me take a look. This is a nice butt. Shit. She's pretty damn jacked. Impressive, certainly. Thanks for the donation quest. Prophet Muhammad and camel urine.
This story is based from Hadith Sahih Bukhari, number 3018, about the Ukul men who came to Prophet Muhammad to ask for some help to improve their poor condition. By forming the mafia-like Islamic army, Prophet Muhammad successfully captured large numbers of camels and treasures from the Bedouin Arab and Jewish tribes that he attacked.
Oh, remember these ones? These camels are from the Jews. And these ones? They are from the Gaddafans and the Quraysh. Those are from the Hawazins. If you have power, life is good.
Eh.
In a distant region, there were 8 men from the Ukil tribe who were very poor, sick, and starving. The prolonged starvation caused them to suffer hunger edema. They heard about Prophet Muhammad and his abundant wealth.
Prophet Muhammad is very rich.
I heard he got his richness from engaging wars and taking jizya payment.
I don't care where he got his money, as long as he could help us eat better.
Let's go to Medina to meet Prophet Muhammad. I hope he could help poor people like us.
So they went to Medina with much hope in their hearts.
Phew, at last.
We arrive at the Prophet's mosque.
Yes, let's meet him.
The people of Ukiel meet Prophet Muhammad to ask for help. Please, help us, for we are very poor and have no food to eat.
Spare some alms, sir.
Before I can help, you all have to become Muslims first by saying the Shahada.
La
ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. There is no deity but Allah and Muhammad is Rasulullah.
Good. The best solution for all of you is working for me as shepherds to take care of my camels. You all have swollen bellies because of the bugs in your livers. The best treatment for swollen bellies is drinking camel milk and urine. That's your wages and medicine.
Drink camel urine.
Being
Where the hell did he get this idea?
paid by camel milk and camel urine only?
According to Al-Sirah al-Halabiyah, chapter 3, page 185, this is what Prophet Muhammad suggested.
Yes, drink the milk directly from the camel's breast and the urine straight from the camel while it is still hot.
Do we have to do that?
Prophet Muhammad ordered his black slave named Yasar to take 15 milch camels out to be herded by the Ukiels.
Yasar, you have to watch over them all the time.
Yes, Prophet.
The men of Ukiel started their work under Yasar's supervision.
Wow, the Prophet's camels are well fed and very healthy.
Yeah, unlike us.
In accordance to Prophet Muhammad's advice, they started to drink camel urine directly from the source. They drank camel milk directly from the nipples. Camel urine and milk were all they got every single day. According to Hadith Bukhari,
Dude, you have to be insane to do this.
after several days, their health started to improve. But they were not happy.
We work in a hot desert, but all we get is only camel urine and milk.
Muhammad has abused us. But what do you expect from a slave trader like him?
We have to take revenge against him.
Then they killed Yasar. After that, they ran away with Prophet Muhammad's camels.
Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. It's just... These stories.
Veganism needs an equivalent to jihad for Muslims. It's a moral obligation to dedicate your entire soul to animal liberation. There's billions of Muslims and we're a tiny minority. Keep playing Alan Wake while babies get tortured, plant-based coward.
I don't know if I agree with any of that. Thanks for the donation though, vegan tranny.
When he heard that, Prophet Muhammad was very angry. He ordered Kurz ibn Jabir to catch the men of Ukiel.
Ibn Jabbar, take 20 soldiers. Catch them alive.
Okay, Rasulullah.
Kurz ibn Jabir and his Muslim army intercepted the Ukiels who ran away with Prophet Muhammad's camels.
Stop!
The Ukiels were taken to face Prophet Muhammad.
Take them to Hara and gather the Muslims there.
Yes, Rasulullah.
Hara is a very hot, rocky area in Medina.
Cut off their hands and feet from opposite sides.
The order was quickly executed.
Heat up nails and gouge their eye.
Whoa. Holy shit.
Oh, thirsty, please give me some water.
Go to hell.
Then they left them in a hot desert to die. After the Ukiel men died, Prophet Muhammad passed the chilling message.
Quran, Surah Al-Ma'idah.
Holy fuck, what a psychopath. Holy shit.
Verse 33. Indeed, the penalty for those who wage war against Allah and His Messenger and spread mischief in the land is death, crucifixion, cutting off their hands and feet on opposite sides, or exile from the land. This penalty is a disgrace for them in this world, and they will suffer a tremendous punishment in the hereafter.
The Ukiel men were killed for stealing the Prophet's camels. But the Prophet himself robbed the camels from the infidels. Take a look at this hadith.
Yeah, dude, that's so fucked. So, he stole those fucking camels, then when somebody steals his camels, tortures them horrifically to death. Prim. Oh, we're just gonna sit there? Okay.
Sahih Bukhari, number 3134. Narrated by Nafi from Ibn.
Alright Richard, tell me the truth. Is your wife Jasmine Gaines still draining your balls every night or no? And if she's not, then what good is she? You need to tell that white snow bunny bitch to get that mouth moving or get a fucking job. That bitch useless.
Go fuck yourself, Kid Boo. Thanks for the donation, dipshit.
Umar. Allah's apostle sent a Sariya towards Najd, and Abdullah bin Umar was in the Sariya. They gained a great number of camels as war booty. The share of each one of them was 12 or 11 camels, and they were given an extra camel each. On the robbery at Karkarat al-Qadr against the Ghatafan and Banu Sulaim, Muhammad took the 500 camels as booty and divided them amongst his men, taking 1/5 for himself as per Islamic rule on plunder. How much one camel is worth? My guess is about $500 each. So this plunder was about $250,000. That meant, from this raid, he took 100 camels, which is $50,000 for himself. The massacre of the Banu Qurayza. All the goods and possessions of the Banu Qurayza Jews, their camels and flocks were all brought as spoils of war to be distributed amongst the Muslims. The robbery against Al-Qarada at Dariyah, led by Muhammad ibn Maslama. The booty was enormous, 150 camels, which cost around $75,000, and 3,000 goats, which maybe cost around $200,000, plus the household goods, unspecified sum, probably around $50,000. Muhammad ibn Maslama continued this looting for 19 days, then he returned to Medina with the booty. Prophet Muhammad took his share or khums, 1/5, and distributed the rest to his ardent companions. Sahih Bukhari, number 3147. Narrated by Anas bin Malik. When Allah favored his apostle with the properties of Hawazin tribe as fa'i or booty, he started giving to some Quraysh men even up to 100 camels each. Those are plenty of camels, folks. There were hundreds of Quraysh men participated in that war. Muhammad generously gave thousands of camels to all of them, and still some large numbers left for him. That was how Prophet Muhammad got thousands of camels. He was a camel robber. But don't you ever dare to steal his camels, if you don't want to end up like the Ukels.
The Ukiel men were killed for stealing the prophet's camels, but the prophet himself robbed the camels from the infidels. He stole thousands of camels from the Jews, Quraysh, Ghatafan, Hawazin, and many others. If the penalty of stealing several camels is cutting off the hands and feet and gouging out the eyes, then what is the penalty for robbing, plundering thousands of camels? They said the Ukiels were guilty of killing Yazah, but what about the prophet who killed thousands of Jews and Arabs? What is the penalty for Prophet Muhammad for being a mass murderer? How come he could get away with robbing, plundering, killing, as long as he insisted that he did it in the name of Allah? Is Allah the God of those who plunder, robbing, stealing, destroying society? I wonder.
That is fucking crazy. So people worship a guy who made a living just mass killing people and stealing all their possessions. Then when someone would steal the possessions that he got from stealing, he would torture them to death. And that's somebody that's being worshipped. Like, what the fuck?
Vegan Gains staring deep into the abyss that is Prismo's butthole. Vegan Gains like shitty poo-poo smelly holes, shitty poo-poo smelly holes, shitty poo-poo smelly holes. I want to make honest drink piss for a month straight and laugh with homies BDE.
They definitely deserve that.
Hey boo, why don't you get a job and mind your fucking business? Or why don't you suck his balls instead?
It's a good question. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage, and thanks for the donation, Vegan Gains loves matzo ball soup.
One day, Prophet Muhammad heard that Abu Sufyan, the leader of Quraysh people in Mecca, was coming from Syria with a large caravan containing their money and merchandise.
We estimate the caravan carried about 50,000 dinars, Rasulullah.
Masya Allah. Alhamdulillah.
He called Muslim muhajirin and local people of Medina to his mosque. Hitherto, he never mentioned to the Medinans about engaging in a robbery for booty.
This is the Quraysh caravan containing their property. Go out to attack it. Perhaps Allah will give them to us as a prey.
Muslim Ansars were shocked.
I cannot believe he asked us then to join him in the loot.
Should a prophet go to war against infidels?
However, when they remember the success of Abdullah ibn Jaz at Nakhla, they desired as well.
Remember how much property obtained by Ibn Jaz from the Nakhla robbery.
In that case, I will participate in this attack.
This irresistible lure and greed for the plunder of fine Quraysh merchandise was such a great draw that many Medinans responded to his call of raiding the caravan. Muhammad was able to recruit a strong force of 313 men, consisting of 80 muhajirin, which are the Muslims from Mecca, and 225 Ansars, which are the Muslims from Medina. Thus, the Ansars formed the bulk of his new raiding party. In the past in Mecca, Muhammad preached for 11 years and only gained about 100 followers. But now with the lure of the booty, he was able to recruit many more followers in just several days.
Jihad with booty enticement really works to recruit new Muslims.
Prophet Muhammad gave the Islamic flag to Ali. In the meantime, Abu Sufyan and the Quraysh caravan reached Hijaz. He was anxious and seeking news from any riders in that area.
Did you hear anything about Muhammad?
Yes, I heard Muhammad had called his companions to attack.
So what? Oh, right. Oh man, I wish I had a blankie and could get tucked in right now. That'd be sweet.
You and your caravan.
Oh no. Damn, call out the Quraysh to defend.
Dodo Donatillers, did Muhammad create Islam so there was no Muslims before Muhammad or what? Yeah. He created the Islamic religion, and he created it so that he could rob and steal and get money. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Their property here. Tell them that Muhammad was lying in wait for use with his companions.
Yes, sir.
Damdam left riding his horse to Mecca. Several days later, Damdam arrived in Mecca.
O Quraysh, the transport camels, the transport camels. Muhammad and his companions are lying in wait for your property which is with Abu Sufyan. I don't think you will overtake it. Help! Help!
The Quraysh were very angry when they heard this news.
Do Muhammad and his companions think this is going to be like the caravan of Ibn Hadrami? By Allah, they will soon know that it is not so.
We all will help Abu Sufyan.
Most noble men of Quraysh led by Abu al-Hakam prepared for the war and went to meet Abu Sufyan in Hijaz. In the early morning, Abu Sufyan came in advance of the caravan and halted at a wadi or watering well, and he got wind of the presence of Prophet Muhammad's party.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
You sound like a bozo, bro. And you get no pussy, and you can't even make your wife wet, bro. So what's good?
So, let me just say, the nice thing about having several small children is I don't feel the necessity to have my masculinity
challenged by someone like you. If we're using a Western colonial idea of gender, then why should it apply? If we're using, because the gender binary is a Western colonialist framework of gender.
You're right. Men and women don't exist in any other culture.
No. Think about Native American.
Nailed it.
Third gender people. I'm not saying that. Third gender people exist in Native American societies, Western African societies, like Southern Native American societies, like Mexico. So in other places that are not white dominated, like the United States or Europe. And so you're saying white, so non-white people. I'm a mathematician and a physicist.
This guy is cringe as fuck. But gender does not gender and sex are two different things. So Ben is incorrect here.
You cannot tell me.
So I have a question.
And also, you're not a biologist.
So I have a question.
I'm 20.
As a mathematician and a physicist, what in the hell do you know about human biology?
And you got your law degree from Harvard. What do you know?
You
sound like a bozo, bro.
Yeah, they're both being pretty cringe. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo. Booty Cum donated $2. Let me see.
Did pretty good. It's Slop Lord, Slop Lord, Slop Lord.
The first batch, baby.
Ew. I don't want to watch any more of that.
That's the worst you're gonna see it. All right. There it is. Abzilla. And sad to say, that's the worst you're gonna see it. All right.
Look at this psycho walking around with that shirt on. Gives no shits. I know. He's the definition of giving zero fucks. We all hate that fucking stupid term, but that's Leonard. Look at this psycho.
Based. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum.
A year ago, two Muslim women in Norway crashed into the car of a right-wing extremist that burned the Quran.
Why are they calling him an anti-Islam extremist? Like, I don't know if he's like Tommy Robinson or something. But he burnt the Quran. That's not a big deal, and that is freedom of speech. Yeah, so he's proving that Islam is a violent fucking religion. So, like, it's funny how they say, oh, we have a peaceful religion, and then as soon as you burn the Quran or something, or draw a picture of the Prophet Muhammad, they slit your fucking throat open. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Dragon.
Hey, VG, fan here. Question, I volunteer at a sanctuary for small animals. I was planning to adopt either some rabbits or guinea pigs. I am trying to be utilitarian about it to decide which I should adopt. Rest of my question next.
Okay. So you're wondering what adopting what animal would generate the most good? I wait for the second part of your question. I don't know like, rabbits live longer, I'm pretty sure, so that I would say in all likelihood rabbits would be better to adopt. Thanks for the donation though, Vegan Philosopher.
Did you think this the sexy man's claim is base?
I will take a look at that right now.
Donald Trump created a reality where truth was subjective and the meaning of words doesn't matter. And now that
How healthy and jacked Paul is. I might need to start eating meat. Are you losing subscribers and viewers because you're getting smaller? Or why are you losing subscribers and viewers?
This is my nighttime routine. It starts with me watching the sunset outside with bare feet connected to the ground. Then I eat some dinner. Usually try to finish dinner a few
Did Paul actually gain weight?
hours before I'm going to sleep.
Because he looks like he might have gained weight.
If I'm doing any work after dark, I'll take the blue light out of my screen on my computer and my phone, and I'll unplug the Wi-Fi in my house. No EMF.
Oh yeah, here we go. Frank Tufano level
While I'm
retardation.
sleeping. Inside, I'll turn on red lights, turn off Wi-Fi and Bluetooth on my phone, and listen to theta waves while I put my feet up on the wall to relax at the end of a day and let my brain quiet. Put some earplugs.
Paul's retarded.
that's happened, all sorts of crazy things can occur, like young liberal people.
I'm not watching this video. This guy's just annoying. Thanks for the nation, Dutchy. Vegan Trooper donated $2. Have you seen what soldiers do in the Middle East? Lol and doggy woggies.
Bear crawl, scene 1.
You just gotta do it that way.
Oh, they're walking away.
It's a little mean, but funny.
That's why we're called hellhounds.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
When I want to travel to America, I kill my wife.
What?
Yeah, no good way. No, sleep beside me. And you go to New York and you marriage women with beautifuls. I want to travel to America, I kill my wife.
I see what you're saying. You want to go
The
to...
rabbits live in small cages. I am sure they'd be happier with me, but we are about at max capacity for guinea pigs. So pigs we can't take in will likely be put down. Plus I can take more pigs. Isuto, rabbits will be less happy while more pigs exist.
Maybe just don't adopt any more animals? Because that would be stupid. Thanks for the donation though, Vegan Philosopher.
America.
How are you? Good, very good. Good, very good.
Everything okay?
Like, why don't you just focus on giving the animals you have the best quality of life rather than just adopting animals and not giving them enough space?
Okay.
I love you.
I love you.
I have no idea what that fucking guy was trying to say. All I understood was I killed my wife. Wow, it's a nice friendly dog. He knows how to use the subway all on his own. Yeah, it's funny. The dogs in Russia learn how to use the public transit. Oh. Those are happy dogs having fun. Oh my god. Those look like nice dogs. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Trooper.
By Allah. This dome contains date stones. This is the fodder of Yathrib.
Abu Sufyan was extremely worried at the sinister plot of Prophet Muhammad, and he hurriedly went back to his main caravan. Abu Sufyan said to the caravan,
"We have to change our route from the road to the seashore now. Hurry."
To the beach, boss?
Right now, boss.
Abu Sufyan sent Qais bin Amiyah to meet Abu al-Hakam.
Abu Sufyan felt no need for bloodshed since the caravan is safe now. You can return back to Mecca.
By Allah, we will not go back until we arrive at Badr. We will spend 3 days there, slaughter camels and feast and drink wine, and the girls shall play for us.
2 tribes of the Quraysh, Bani Zora and Bani Adi, decided to return to Mecca. The remaining Meccan army moved forward to Badr. Prophet Muhammad and the Muslim armies also arrived at Badr. A shelter from palm branches was built for him.
We got. Hi VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. Would you say that this is accurate of Israel? Also, I learned today that Hitler gained his hatred of Jews from Henry Ford and his book called The International Jew.
Well, it wasn't just Henry Ford. There's some other guy who helped radicalize him and I think taught him about Henry Ford. But yeah, Hitler did actually admire Henry Ford. I think he got some of his ideas with eugenics from Henry Ford. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
What better place to find God than the birthplace of all of Western civilization's great religions and one really mean one?
I had a feeling this is what this place would be like.
Oh, God,
Why
it's
is
so
there never
hot
any
out.
parking downtown?
Who gets married
I
on
gotta
a
get off
Tuesday?
these bad feet.
Ailments.
Oh, look, Joe's feeding them pennies.
Oh, somebody take a picture. If we didn't find God in Jerusalem.
Well, we'll have to keep looking. Oh, here's our bus to the airport.
Wow.
That part is accurate. Thank you, sweetie.
There you go, big baby.
Some good tucking in. Thank you. Love you. Yeah, I'd say the bus bombing is accurate. Thanks again, Bendover.
Got hold of the water wells first.
A Muslim war veteran named Al-Hubab suggested,
"Fill all wells in this area with rocks, except one closest to us. Built a cistern near it and fill it with water. Then we have water, but our enemy have none."
You have given judicious advice.
So the Muslims buried most wells with sand and rocks. Then they built a cistern and filled it with water.
Ali, take some Muslims and find information about the Quraysh caravan.
Okay, Razalallah.
Ali and several Muslim soldiers left to the area of water wells.
Sorry I wasn't clear. I meant adopt from the sanctuary. I'm saying that the rabbits would be happy living with me, but the sanctuary can't take in more pigs. So if the sanctuary is at max capacity, they can't take pigs from shelters that will euthanize them.
Oh, I understand now. Okay, yeah, then I guess take the guinea pigs because their lives are more at risk. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Philosopher. Appreciate it.
Look, there are 2 infidels over there.
Yes, catch them. Ali caught the 2 persons near the wells.
Who are you?
We are just water carriers of the Quraysh.
Ali brought them to Prophet Muhammad.
We found these Quraysh slaves tried to fetch water.
Tell me, where are the Quraysh?
We don't know. We belong to Abu Sufyan, not the Quraysh army.
Beat them.
Tell us the truth. Where are the Quraysh?
They are behind the sand dune which you can see on the far bank.
How many camels they slaughter every day?
9 or 10 a day.
It means they are between 900 and 1,000. Which of the nobles of Quraysh are among them?
Utbah bin Rabi'ah, Abu Hakam bin Hisham,
Firas Zahabi is live streaming right now. What better way to get his attention by messaging him while he's live streaming?
He refused to debate me for the most bullshit reasons imaginable. Basically, he had no intention of debating me because he knew he'd embarrass himself. So he just came up with excuses and refused to debate. So I'm not going to waste my time with him. Thanks for the donation though, Chink.
Abu al-Bakhtari, Hayam bin Hizam, and many more.
Here Mecca has flung its dearest flesh and blood to you.
Some of the Quraysh people are reluctant to fight the Muslims because many of them are their Quraysh kinsmen.
We should not fight against our sons and nephews who are Muslims in Muhammad's army.
But Muhammad will never stop attacking our caravans.
Abu al-Hakam, my son Abu Hudhayfa, is part of Muslims' army. Let's not fight against the Muslims.
Ah, your lungs are inflated with fear.
Omer, a Quraysh arrowman came to bring important news.
The Muslim army is preparing for the attack now. Abu al-Hakam lead the Quraysh army to face the Muslims.
Let's the battle begin.
In the meantime, Muhammad tried to boost the morale of Muslim army.
Quran, Surah Al-Anfal, verse 45. O you who believe, when you meet an enemy force, take a firm stand against them and remember the name of Allah both with tongue and mind, so that you may be successful.
The Quraysh armies moved closer. When he saw the strength of Quraysh army, Prophet Muhammad got panicked and started to pray vigorously.
Allah gives me assurance with 20 angels. Oh no, more than that, 200 angels to help us.
The Muslim army got nervous as well.
There are so many of them.
Don't run away. Allah forbade you from fleeing from a combat.
In the meantime, several Quraysh soldiers went to drink water from the cistern that Muslims dug. The Muslims attacked them.
Jasmine is so kind, you are one lucky man. My fiancé did the same thing to me yesterday. Cozy.
Yes, I am quite lucky. I like getting tucked in by Jasmine. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Dragon.
They killed most of them. Abdul Aswad Maksami from the Quraysh army tried to destroy the trough.
I vow to drink this water.
Hamza, who was Prophet Muhammad's uncle, prevented him. Abdul Aswad crawled with his gravely wounded body towards the cistern. He then jumped into the cistern to drink the water. But Hamza attacked him again. Abdul Aswad died on the spot. The Battle of Badr began on Friday, the 15th of March, 624 CE or 17th Ramadan, second year after Hijrah. Prophet Muhammad knew the Quraysh elders would be reluctant to kill their own Muslim sons, cousins, families. He took advantage of this situation.
Fight your own infidel families because they are the ones who rejected you in Mecca.
Hamza killed Shayba bin Rabi'ah, the person who helped Prophet Muhammad in the past when under attack by the Ta'ifs. Ali killed Al-Walid bin Uqba, the son of Uqba bin Rabi'ah.
Prophet Muhammad enticed the Muslims with the promise of paradise.
Get ready to deserve paradise, which is as wide as the earth and skies.
Omer bin Humam, who was just 16 years old, heard about this promise.
O Rasulullah, did you say paradise, which is as wide as the earth and skies?
Yes, it's true.
O Rasulullah, I spoke so because I wanted to be a person of paradise.
You are already a person of paradise.
Omer bin Humam threw away his dates and ran to the battle.
Paradise, here I come.
He soon was slain by a Quraysh soldier. A Muslim named Auf bin Harith asked Prophet Muhammad,
O Rasulullah, what makes Allah laugh with joy at his servant?
When he plunges into the enemy without armor.
Then Auf bin Harith took off his coat of mail that he was wearing.
God.
Then he fought the enemy. Until he was killed. Prophet Muhammad threw pebbles to the Quraysh army.
Might not have been a good idea to take off the armor.
May their faces be deformed. Quran, Surah Al-Anfal, verse 17 says, It's not you who killed them, it's Allah. It's not me who threw the pebbles, but it's Allah.
Then Prophet Muhammad saw in the battlefield his infidel uncles who used to protect him in Mecca, Abu al-Bakhtari and Al-Abbas.
HMH, by Allah, Those are my uncles.
Prophet Muhammad ordered his army.
Don't kill my uncles Al-Abbas and Abu al-Bakhtari.
That's not fair. You ordered us to kill our infidel fathers, sons, brothers, clansmen, but we cannot kill your infidel uncles? By Allah, if I met them, I will hack them.
Umar bin al-Khattab became angry when he heard that.
How dare you disobey the Prophet? O Rasulullah, give me permission to cut off his head. By Allah, he is a munafiqeen.
No need to kill him. But kill al-Harith bin Zama, Abu Wais bin al-Faqih, Abu Qais Bab al-Walid, Ali bin Umayyah, and Al-As bin Munabi because they were Muslims who didn't migrate with us, and then they apostated and joined the Quraysh army now.
The Muslims tried to catch Abu al-Bakhtari, Muhammad's uncle.
Rasulullah ordered us not to kill you.
What about my friend, Janata bin Maleha?
By Allah, we will not spare your friend. Rasulullah's order was only about you.
Then he and I will die together.
The Muslims pulled both Abu al-Bakhtari and Janata from their horses. Abu al-Bakhtari was Prophet Muhammad's great protector in Mecca, but he was slain because of the battle that was started by Prophet Muhammad. That was what al-Bakhtari got for helping Prophet of Allah. In this killing frenzy, Umar also killed his own uncle, Al-As bin Hisham. A Muslim named Abu Ubaidah ibn al-Jarrah met his infidel father Abdullah ibn al-Jarrah.
Praise our lords, Alat, Manat, Hubal.
Father, stop praising those idols.
When bin al-Jarrah did not want to stop praising the Quraysh gods, Abu Ubaidah killed his own father.
Dude, the amount of degeneracy that's just baked into this religion, like, holy fuck. They're killing people who are their own family members, who, like, helped them in the past, and they're just doing this because they wanted to steal their shit. Like, not for any righteous reason, it's just because, I want to get richer and have more things, so I'm just going to kill my own family members to get that.
Muhammad hid in his shelter with Abu Bakr guarded him outside.
In Quran, Surah Al-Anfal, verse 9, Allah says that He will send thousands of angels to help us.
It was a stormy winter days when the wind often blows strongly.
Listen to the wind. Here comes Angel Jibril, then Mikhail, then Seraphel.
The Muslim armies started to gain ground and killed many of Quraysh soldiers. Sensing defeat, many of the Quraysh armies ran away. In this battle, the Muslims only lost 14 men, while the Quraysh lost 70. Another 70
Whoa, that's surprising.
Quraysh were taken as prisoners. Muhammad's son-in-law, Abu al-Ash, was also taken as a prisoner. He is the husband of Zainab, Muhammad's eldest daughter.
Oh, that's my son-in-law. It's his fault. He should have converted to Islam.
Muhammad wanted his biggest foe, Abu al-Hakam or father of wisdom, to be killed. He called his foe as Abu Jahal or father of folly because he hated him.
Find Abu Jahal, O Allah, don't let him escape thee.
Mu'ad bin Amr, Afu bin Afra, and Muawid bin Afra found Abu al-Hakam and his son Ikrima in a thicket.
There he is. Attack.
Mu'ad attacked Abu al-Hakam. Ikrima tried to defend his father by cutting off Mu'ad's arm, until it is hanging by the skin only. Mu'ad then pulled of his arm. Then he went on fighting again, until he couldn't endure the pain anymore. In the meantime, Muawid and Ayub bin Afra stabbed Abu al-Hakam with their swords. After that, Muhammad's servant, Abdullah bin Masud executed Abu al-Hakam. Abdullah then delivered the result to Muhammad's feet.
I had killed Abu Jahl, O Rasulullah.
The head of the enemy of Allah.
After that, 24 corpses of Quraysh soldiers were thrown into a well. Prophet Muhammad stood on the well and talked to the corpses.
Have you found true what your Lord promised you?
Oh, Rasulullah, you are talking to dead people.
They can hear better than you, but they cannot reply.
After the war was over, the Muslims buried their death comrades. When they started to share the war booties, the Muslims disputed who get more or less.
No, that is mine, not yours.
Muslims even accused Muhammad of stealing the booty.
Look, you stole a beautiful red vestment.
Allah knows that it's not true. Allah says that I never deceives you as regards of the booty. Allah told me that 1/5 of the booty is for me and Allah.
Really?
Yes, really. Here is Quran, Surah Al-Anfal, verse 41. And know that whatever of war booty that you may gain, verily 1/5 of it is assigned to Allah, and to the Messenger.
After that the prisoners were distributed among the Muslims. A Muslim named Abdul Rahman.
Imagine convincing, like, enough people that the random fucking shit that comes into your head is from God. And it just always happens to be convenient for you.
Got Umayyah bin Khalaf, who was a Quraysh nobleman, and his son Ali bin Umayyah as his prisoners.
Great! I will get a large ransom from you both.
In the past, Umayyah was the owner of a black Muslim named Bilal.
I remember how he tormented me in Mecca.
Hey! This is my prisoner. Don't you dare to touch him.
Bilal killed Umayyah and his son Ali.
I need to get big ransoms from him.
On the next days, Muhammad ordered the killing of several prisoners. He started with Al-Nadir bin al-Harith, a Quraysh poet whom the Muslims had captured.
I still remember how Al-Nadir insulted my Quran verses in front of the Meccans. Finish him.
Yes, Rasulullah.
Beside toward Al-Nadir, Prophet Muhammad also had grudges against Uqba bin Abi Mu'ayth.
You insulted me while I was praying in Kaaba.
Forgive me, O Muhammad.
Kill him.
But I have small children. Who will look after them, O Muhammad?
Let hellfire look after them.
Then Ali executed Uqba. Ali also killed a prisoner named Nawfal bin Khuwaylid. A prisoner named Madab bin Wahb refused to deny his Quraysh gods.
Praise Al-Lat and Al-Uzza.
You dare to praise Al-Lat and Al-Uzza in front of me? Umar, kill him.
Umar executed Madab bin Wahab. This event showed that Prophet Muhammad did not hesitate to kill his helpless prisoners, especially those who insulted him in the past. After murdering several prisoners, Prophet Muhammad and his armies and their prisoners continued their trip to go back to Medina. Prophet Muhammad arrived in Medina with large booty. A Muslim passed a sad news to Prophet Muhammad.
O Rasulullah, your daughter Ruqayya passed away and buried while you were away.
Ruqayya was married to Uthman bin Affan, who did not join the Badr robbery due to his wife's illness.
Although you didn't join the jihad in Badr, you will receive an equal share of the spoil.
Thank you very much, O Rasulullah.
All prisoners were chained. Now Prophet Muhammad started discussing what should they do with the Quraysh prisoners.
What should we do with the prisoners?
Umar bin al-Khattab said,
Behead all of them.
Sa'ad bin Mu'adh said,
Just slaughter all of them.
Abu Raha said,
Burn them alive.
I will kill most of them.
What if we take ransoms from them?
Prophet Muhammad found this idea to be good opportunity in raising money for his poverty-stricken followers.
Allah permits me to take ransom after slaughtering my enemy and enjoy my booty.
The Quraysh in Mecca heard about their relatives were captured by the Muslims.
Muhammad killed our people and caught many of them.
He demanded ransom to free our families.
Prophet Muhammad's eldest daughter Zainab heard about this as well.
Zainab, your father, captured your husband Abu al-Az. You have to pay ransom to free your husband.
Oh, no. I only have this necklace from my mother Khadija and small amount of money as ransom payment. Please pass this to my dad.
Okay, I'll do that.
The Quraysh men went to Medina to pay ransom to Prophet Muhammad. After they arrived in Medina, they passed the money to Prophet Muhammad.
Your daughter Zainab gave you this necklace and money as ransom to free your son-in-law Abu al-Az.
The necklace touched and softened his heart.
Oh, this is Cottage's necklace. I should let Abu al-Awz go without any payment.
Abu al-Awz, you are free to go now. But when you arrive in Mecca, you have to divorce your wife Zainab. Ask Zainab to come to live with me in Medina.
All right, I will do it.
Abu al-Awz left Medina
Wow.
and did exactly like what he was asked by Prophet Muhammad. After that, Prophet Muhammad asked his soldiers to bring his uncle Al-Abbas to meet him.
Take my uncle and other prisoners over here.
Prophet Muhammad knew that his uncle was a wealthy man, so he'd like to extort money as much as he could from his uncle.
Al-Abbas, you need to pay your ransom to me.
O Allah's messenger, please set me free because I became a Muslim before. I was forced to fight the Muslims.
If that's true, then Allah will compensate you. But your outward appearance was against us. Therefore ransom yourself and your nephews as well.
In the past, Prophet Muhammad owed a good amount of money to Al-Abbas, but when Al-Abbas insisted that the debt should be used as ransom, the greedy prophet declined.
Could you count toward my ransom the 20 ukiah that you took from me?
No, for that was money that Allah made as war spoils for us from you.
Al-Abbas had no choice but ransomed himself, his 2 nephews, and his allies.
I will pay you 20 ounces of gold.
Prophet Muhammad was very happy with all the ransom he received from the Quraysh.
Wow.
O Prophet, say to the captives that are in your hands, if Allah knows any good in your hearts, He will give you something better than what has been taken from you, and He will forgive you, and Allah is oft forgiving, most merciful.
The Prophet received a large sum of ransom money for the Quraysh prisoners.
The price of ransom for each prisoner is 400 dirham.
With all the ransom money and spoils from the Quraysh, it was reported that Prophet Muhammad gained about 250,000 dirham. 1 dirham equals 1/10 dinar, 1 dinar equals 4.235 grams of gold.
Ameen, Ameen, Ya Rabbal Alamin. Thank you, Lord, for these sweet things in life.
It was reported that besides the booty and ransom money, each Badr warrior was given 5,000 dirham yearly.
The jihad in Badr really takes care of us for a long period of time.
Amen, brother.
The victory at Badr opened a new chapter in the propagation of the nascent faith of Islam.
Now I am convinced that for Islam to triumph, I must win militarily. Dear Muslims, surely, the gates of paradise are under the shadow of sword.
On the other hand, the Quraysh and the polytheists also recognized the need for a decisive military victory to contain the spread of menacing Islam.
Muhammad killed my son Hanzala in Badr. After his Badr victory, Muhammad will not stop attacking us.
We don't have any other choice but go to war against them.
That is fucked, bro. Prophet Muhammad is a piece of shit. Like, again, it's just so baffling how somebody could live a life like that and then to this day is worshipped like they're some sort of god or deity or prophet. Fucked. Let's see. I am tired, so I'm going to take a nap. I'll put it at like 10 minutes. I think after 10 minutes I'll be fine. Nap time starts now. I nap now. Alright. Looks like my nap is over. Carl Sagan donated $2. Would shooting this guy be justified? Let me see.
One more fucking time, and we're gonna have a personal problem. You can count.
Looks like there's one already.
No, there is one already, and if you weren't so pussy, you'd do something about it. Okay? But instead, you blow your shit onto your shit onto everybody.
I didn't blow it on
No,
anybody.
you know what? The county can come and they can talk to that neighbor, that neighbor,
anybody.
that neighbor, that neighbor, that neighbor.
I didn't blow
You
it on
blow it
anybody.
onto everybody.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you
I
do.
just blew it right
yeah,
out
you
of the
do.
bicycle
You're a lying
lane.
cocksucker.
I just blew it
yes,
out
you
of the
did.
bicycle
Yeah,
lane.
all totally fucking clean.
I've never once have I crossed
Bullshit.
the yellow
I don't
line
give a shit.
and gone over to your
Stand
yard
over
and
here
blown
with
it
your
right into
fucking
your yard.
hyper-powered goddamn blower that, by the way, is way over the dB limit for the county.
I use it once
you know
or
what?
twice a year.
You know what? Fine, motherfucker. I have the means to take care of you.
Okay.
I'm not gonna put up with it.
I
If I
never-
see you blow one
I
more
never-
goddamn leaf
I
in
never
my direction,
once.
his direction,
I
we're
never
all
once.
This is a grown man complaining about leaves.
coming for you.
I never once.
Then goddamn blow the shit into your own corner and pick it up and put it in a fucking trash can.
I never once blew it into your yard.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Yeah, I think shooting that guy would be justified. That's pretty crazy. That seems unfucking hinged. Let's see.
Only to do one cycle, perhaps 12 weeks long, the likely...
That was flimsier. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Bobby Southworth cutting 20 pounds in 20 hours. I watched Chris Lieben climbing over the Tough House gate. All those moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain. Time to bang. If you've watched my previous retrospectives on UFC reality TV show / tap-out delivery vehicle The Ultimate Fighter, you'll know that by now we've covered everything from the creation of the show as a last roll of the dice for an ailing UFC to its golden age, the days of Kimbo Slice, Junie Browning, Michael Bisping, and Rampage Jackson, bullying cast members and getting his last recorded win versus a door. By the 2010s, the Tough formula, and reality TV in general, was wearing thinner than Dana White's hairline. By the time season 11 of Tough aired in March of 2010, mass-produced reality TV was as much a part of everyday life as was the shroud of despair that covered all of us, thanks to living in a world that was post-9/11, post-global economic goat fuck, and soon to be seeded by Silicon Valley tech bros. As such, the 11th season of Tough was welcomed with the kind of enthusiasm normally reserved for the announcement of yet another Brendan Schaub podcast. And yes, you heard that correctly. By 2010, we were already on the 11th season of a show that was only 5 years old. In their effort to wring every last drop from a teat that was already more desiccated than King Tut's dick, the UFC were committed to producing 2 seasons of Tough per year. While on the surface, Tuff existed to find the greatest unsigned fighters in the world, success on the show did not easily translate to success in the UFC. In the 5 years it had existed, Tuff produced 13 winners in total, and by 2010, only 3 of them had won a title. And of those 3, Tuff Season 4 winner Matt Serra's reign was shorter than that of the average wife of Henry VIII, with 0 successful title defences. It was starting to look like the whole concept of using reality TV to find the hottest fighting talent was a concept best left to Jersey Shore. By season 11, Tuff was no longer a novel or exciting product, and it wasn't the star-making vehicle that the success of season 1 had hinted at. But while the trajectory of Tuff over the course of the 2010s mimicked that of the Titan submersible, there was still some enjoyment to be had.
There's cocky and there's confidence, right? And cockiness is always good.
So for now, let's imagine it's 2010 and Tuff is still a tentpole product for the UFC. Miracles by ICP has people all over the world pondering philosophical conundrums.
Fucking magnets, how do they work?
YouTubers are practicing the lost art of turning people's trauma into catchy musical remixes. And in March of 2010, season 11 of The Ultimate Fighter premiered. It may have been the beginning of a new decade, but to watch season 11 of Tuff was to be transported back in time to the sepia-toned days of 2004. Coaches for this season were the Iceman Chuck Liddell.
America Rocks donated $2. This African guy doesn't like Islam. The others are just insane protesters. Let me see. Okay.
As your marketing director, I've been unimpressed with your content output. It's honestly fucking pathetic. You're garbage. Let's do a TikTok series where you talk in a baby voice about what you would do as president, starting with geocoding children for real.
I will consider that. Thanks for the donation, I'm Negra. There's a protest in Iraq because people in Sweden burned a Quran. That doesn't make sense to me.
أكيد كلكم سمعتوا بالخبر اللي صار. شخص عراقي ماخذ إذن من الشرطة السويدية. قرآن اللي يسواكم ويسوى دولتكم اللي حرضتوا على هذا الشيء وخليتوا هذا الشخص يحرق قرآننا. واليوم أنا راح أحرق جوازكم وما أتشرف بحياتي أزور هذه الدولة بعد. حسبي الله.
Oh my god, she thinks anybody in Sweden cares.
الله ونعم الوكيل على كل شخص يحرض على العنصرية.
Cool, stay in your own stupid fucking shithole bumfuck Middle Eastern country.
ويحرض على هاي الأشياء.
Oh my god.
وهذا الجواز السويدي اللي ما أتشرف بحياتي بعد أرجع للسويد وهذا جواز.
Good riddance, you dumb bitch.
مثل ما تشوفون لا يحترق مثل ما حرقتوا قرآننا.
Yeah, after she gets raped and beaten by her, like, fucking husband, I think she'll regret burning that fucking passport. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my god.
Tonight, authorities in Pakistan cracking down after days of religious violence in the country. Mobs setting fire in the roads of Punjab province, burning 5 churches and attacking dozens of Christian homes. Police deploying more than 6,000 officers and troops, arresting at least 146 Muslims in connection with the attacks.
there was absolutely no logic or reason to attack or ransack the Christian worship places, or the houses for that matter. Because somebody who has not done a crime cannot be, punished for that.
Police also arresting 2 Christian men who allegedly tore pages and wrote insults in a copy of the Quran, the holy book of Islam. It was that supposed act of desecration that triggered the violence. Some police have reportedly been fearful to intervene in such attacks.
Should I, just get a copy of the Quran and start, desecrating it on YouTube and see what happens? Because that's fucking hilarious. That you can just tear up the Quran and then you can start a riot in another fucking country. That's great. Maybe I should just start doing that. Just have special streams where I desecrate the Quran. See if I can get, Iraq to nuke themselves. Thanks for the donation. America rocks.
And the Bard himself, Tito Ortiz. But these were most definitely not the 2004 editions of Chuck and Tito. By 2010, Liddell and Ortiz had more miles on them than Google Maps. Both men were riding losing streaks, and so far removed from their prime, they'd need Maury Povich to prove they were even related to it. In fact, the losing streak Liddell was riding going into this season would never be broken, remaining stubbornly in place until the day he retired. Tito even went so far as to accuse Liddell of being an active alcoholic while on set, which was likely a veiled reference to Chuck's infamous drunk interview in 2006.
How long have you been doing this, and how'd you get started in this?
I was 12.
Yeah?
Watching Comfy Theater, and then Devil's in between the clips.
Right.
And I really got interested in the clips and started teaching our books about my mom got me in a karate class.
Well, hang in there. May the force be with you.
May the force be what the fuck? But watching the season today, it's not difficult to see why Tito may have made that assumption.
Who are the best 4 fighters here?
I don't know, but I don't know.
You don't have a
It
top 4?
It doesn't matter.
You don't?
I don't really, no.
You are not helping me here, my friend.
I know I'm not. I'm not helping you, no.
The last time we'd seen Tito on Tough was season 3 back in 2006, and his last win had been versus his rival coach Ken Shamrock in the finale of that series. But in 2010, the UFC were bereft of real star power, and Tito and Chuck were still fairly big names. Chuck's star power was white hot after a 4-second long appearance in Drillbit Taylor.
Back in my day, the kid was getting beat up. It's called childhood.
And Tito was moistening the chairs of women all across the globe, with his appearance as Uncle Sam in a music video for Butt Rock Also Ran's Caesar. Yeah, that's right. Get mad, Caesar fans. Just like all you fucking Strokes fans did, and delivering powerhouse acting performances in The Crow, Wicked Prayer.
Shit. That's the freezer mom used to lock me up in.
Tito's thing was acting. I was blessed with this God-given talent to act. He actually says that in an interview before. I don't know if you've ever seen Tito act, but acting isn't really his thing.
Hell yes. I need that shit up.
Dodo donate $2. Let me see.
If you see a container truck in China, you'd best steer clear. If you see a leaking container truck in China, it's time to hop on the good foot and leg it. And you just may be as lucky as these two guys and escape by the breadth of a cat's whisker.
Holy shit.
If you're on the internet, you're exposed to scoundrels. Of course, we do what we can to stay safe on the internet, but reading your letters now, do you? Looking for a lot of the time, you'll get a buffer. free of Surfshark deal. Go to Surfshark. That's to protect your online privacy today. Talking about China's atrocious workplace safety today. And I hope this video serves to highlight how corruption and shortcuts in the end rarely affect the working class of China. You see, China wants the world to see a bright, flashy facade. But if you look behind the facade, you'll see that it's a bit of a haphazard mess, masquerading as something shiny. We're going to start with a clip that I filmed myself. Now, this is something very common in southern China. The weather is super humid and everyone needs AC. China almost exclusively uses split unit air conditioners. That means there's a unit inside your apartment, and of course, the noisy compressor and condenser unit is located outside on the wall of the building. These systems work well, but are very difficult to install, especially on high-rise buildings. This is always how I've seen it done. One guy climbs out of the window, or in cases like this, climbs down from the roof using a tatty rope, often without any sort of safety harness.
Oh my god. That's literally just knotted together.
He gets to drilling, mounting, installing, and hooking up the unit, often 30+ stories off the ground, with little or no safety precautions. I mean, the guy who installed the AC in my building on the 24th floor literally tied a rope around his waist in a knot, and his colleague just tied the other end around his waist and held onto the rope without anchoring it to anything, while the other guy dangled outside doing his work. I mean, I was shocked, but this is common practice. Workers simply make do and figure out how to get a job done, seemingly without the need to study a trade or properly follow any real safety guidelines or codes.
Dude, they must have a fucking death wish. Holy shit. Yeah. Cool. Oh my god. Installing air conditioning.
This guy I filmed checking out the planters here on the side of the road was literally balancing high above a busy highway with no safety harnesses at all. That hard hat ain't gonna save you, buddy. At least you're trying. China lacks any sort of regulation enforcement, and although I'm sure somewhere written on paper there are regulations to be followed, the nature of how China runs ensures that many construction workers and tradesmen don't even know they exist. Things like height regulations.
Well, I guess now it meets height
Weight
regulations. Oh my god, is that a missile?
And safety practices are simply misunderstood or willfully ignored.
Well, that broke. Whoa. Oh my god.
It's not just the lack of following guidelines that poses a danger, but also the generally chaotic environment of Chinese cities. You may just be minding your own business, working in a ditch replacing cables, and one of those badly built fake AI delivery vehicles decides to come crashing down on you. Working on your construction site, and an excavator comes crashing down. Or the curtain wall peels off of the building, as they always do. Sometimes you just have to hang off a rope and help it down. Since we're talking about construction, can I just mention for a minute how haphazard and poor the construction practices are in China?
Yeah. That bridge is just falling down. What the fuck? That's like dominoes. Oh my god, that's amazing. Oh. One stood up.
I'm not just talking about the crappy out-of-the-way projects in the countryside. I'm talking about big projects by well-established construction companies in China. In Chinese construction, taking shortcuts is the norm and not the exception. It simply cannot be any other way. The speed and rate at which construction companies are expected to complete their projects means that there's no other way other than to take shortcuts and cut corners.
There's a lot of pulverized concrete.
Remember, China is the land of shortcuts and facades. And let me level with you here for a minute. When living in China, I really liked the fact that you don't need to care about codes or safety rules, at least at first. And as someone who owned a small custom motorcycle shop in China, I loved just grinding and welding and doing whatever I wanted without the annoyance of having to worry about safety inspections and permits and whatnot. But I realized after a time that these safety laws, codes, and rules are there for a reason. And without them, society suffers. And there's a lot of exploitation and suffering of the working class in China. I hope you've learned something. And until next time.
That is pretty crazy. Yeah, dude, fuck China. I'd hate to live there. Like, died
Season
anyone,
11 is...
a building falling on you.
It's fine, I guess. It's nowhere near as bad as the exercise in sheer drudgery that was Rich Franklin's big old Bible boot camp in Season 2.
Some of the guys were reading their Bibles together.
Moses dies at the end of Deuteronomy.
Oh, spoilers for fuck's sake, Rich. But far less entertaining than the in-house insanity of Season 8, or the infinite rewatchability of Season 10. Season 11 pulled 1.9 million viewers for the premiere, and while those are decent ratings, they're substantially less than Season 10's 4.9 million premiere. Notable moments in Season 11 include French fighter Norman Parisi, who proudly declared that he was going to dispel the stereotype of the French being softer than a kitten's sneeze.
People say that French people are pretty soft or easy fight, and I can tell you you're wrong. And I think after this fight, the mindset of people about the spirit of French fighter gonna definitely change.
And then proceeded to quit in between rounds.
What are you talking about? He's quitting. He's quitting. So Parisi's big thing is he was going to come on this show and he was going to prove to the world that the French aren't a bunch of pussies.
Parisi would continue to fight until 2018, amassing a record of 14-6, and doing his best to prove that France is indeed more than just a baguette-chugging mime encampment. Those who thrive on drama were left wanting, as this season contained less beef than a Hindu's fridge. The only
Hello VG, take this donation my friend. I hope you have a great day. I'm going to work now. Make some prayers to me. Say vegan god of gains help Omar.
Alright, well thank you for the donation, Bosvin. Thank you, sweetie. Hope you have a great day at work, and may the god of gains bless you. Appreciate it again, dude.
in-house drama came by way of a decidedly tepid beef between Casey Uscola and Jamie Yeager. Uscola accused Yeager of the heinous crime of stealing his hoodie, an accusation that was flimsier than a tough door when literally everyone is wearing the same tap-out hoodie. Junie Browning flinging glasses at people's faces, this was not. The most unsettling thing about season 11, however, is this guy.
To go beyond myself, to accomplish my goals and accomplish this.
Blink! For fuck's sake, blink! Rich Don't Blink Atenito was actually pulled from the competition due to an injury, a scenario which became a recurring theme in what would prove to be one of the most cursed seasons of Tough.
Everybody's hurt. Rich has got a broken hand. Charlie's got a messed up foot. Clayton's got shoulder surgery. Hammertree went to the hospital with a messed up back, had to get stretchered out.
Clayton McKinney complained of having shoulder problems immediately after his fight to get into the house, and suffered the indignity of having Tito Ortiz insinuate that he was being a little baby bitchballs who had nothing but a teeny weeny shoulder ouchie.
He says his shoulder's a little weak and he knows his limits. Well, those are the guys who are usually looking for excuses to get out.
I guess they had to repair some stuff, take out a bunch of torn cartilage, take the piece of bone out, drilled some holes in my humeral head, and put some anchors in there, and then tied a rope around it and pulled the cartilage back to where it's supposed to be.
Tito eventually apologized.
You want some? I gotta apologize to you. Because I said some alright?
What?
I said that you didn't want to work and you're taking the easy way out and da-da-da-da-da.
And his apology was warmly received by McKinney.
Appreciate
it. One of the favourites to win the season, Nick Ring, was pulled due to an ACL tear, and Tito...
There's no quitting in the game of MMA!
Ortiz pulled out of his season finale fight with Chuck Liddell after it was revealed that he required neck surgery due to having a comically oversized head.
Tito pulled out of the fight. Don't break your phone.
I'm gonna go punch him. Don't let that guy fight anymore, man. He's pussy.
There's no quitting in the game of MMA. You kidding me?
This was the first time in Tough history a coach had to pull out of the coach's fight. In these uncharted waters, the UFC decided rather pointlessly to remove Tito from the competition completely.
So for once in my life, I'm getting fired.
And let me just check my notes here to see who they replaced him with.
They revealed our new coach today. It's Rich Franklin.
Moses dies at the end of Deuteronomy.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Tito's withdrawal from what...
Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Following content may contain suicide or self-harm topics.
Student Brett Bouchard was cleaning the pasta machine in Violi's Italian restaurant just around closing time on Saturday night. Brett's worked at Violi since 2012, and one presumes it wasn't his first time cleaning the machine. But somehow the machine became activated and severed Brett's right arm above the elbow. Diners Michael and Joanne Walsh, who were still finishing their meal when it happened, told local news, "I don't want to talk about it." Bouchard was rushed to the emergency room in serious condition. He's undergone several operations to reattach his arm, but Brett's family won't comment on the teen's prognosis. Meanwhile, Violi's is open for business again, and happy hours are back every Friday at 6.
Dude, who would have thought a pasta making machine would be act like a wood chipper? How the fuck, what? It's a pasta machine. Why does it have so much fucking power and torque it can rip off your fucking arm? What the fuck? Italians are serious about fucking pasta. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Would have been the capstone of their trilogy, meant that we were spared the dismal sight of two past their prime fighters shuffling around the octagon for a third time in a series where Chuck was already 2-0. But the ripple effect of Tito's neck injury would eventually birth something of a far more terrible beauty. When someone or something falls off to the point that they've spent more years off than they did on, it can be hard to remember what made them great in the first place. It's near impossible to reconcile the fact that a show like The Simpsons could give us 8 seasons of some of the most perfect comedy ever made, and then proceed to make 27 more seasons ranging from mediocre to outright depressing. My point being that for anyone who discovered a love for MMA at any point over the last decade, it's easy to dismiss Chuck as that guy who's too old for a mohawk, and Tito as that guy who's too old to have the vocabulary of a 5-year-old.
And I get to be a double-edged sword that I'm able to shine myself.
With entire YouTube channels now dedicated to mining Tito's dumbest quotes.
You know, Liam says he's going to knock me out with devastating fashion. He got some big words to fulfill those shoes.
And Chuck making a living shilling whatever product you can hand him on Facebook, it can be hard to remember that once these were legitimate MMA superstars, and their beef helped build the UFC. Chuck and Tito weren't always arch rivals. In the early days of their careers, they were both training partners and friends. Chuck was there for Tito when he won the UFC light heavyweight belt by beating the limited edition version of Vanderlei Silva that came with a beard. And Tito was there for Chuck when he was beating monsters like No Known Weaknesses Vitor. But as each man's star power grew, so did the desire to see them face off in the octagon.
Tito's your good friend. I know you guys are training partners. Is that going to affect you when you guys fight?
Of course, I'd be lying if I said it didn't, but you know, it's part of the game, it's part of the business.
And make no mistake, by the time they eventually fought each other at UFC 47 in 2004, they were the Rousey and McGregor of their day. Tito had a rough upbringing.
I remember what it felt like to be walking down these streets, you know, wondering what I'm going to eat for dinner. What cars are you going to steal out of? My parents actually were both heroin addicts. My friend was standing on this side, and a car rolled up, and it was like, "Where you guys from?" And the guy looked at him and was like, "Puro F true." And I just remember it heard, bah! And he got shot and blasted. We took off running down the side, and he laid here dead.
And he brought all of that life experience and attitude with him into the octagon. His look was iconic. The flame trunks and bleach blonde hair, and his in-octagon antics made him notorious. His grave-digging post-victory celebration was either the coolest or most disrespectful thing ever, depending on your point of view. And he had a penchant for wearing t-shirts with slogans that were about as subtle as a 3 a.m. you up text message. He was also a master of self-promotion. From his trash talking, which I promise you was a lot better in the early 2000s than the trash talk he would ultimately become famous for.
So I just got a little warm-up fight with the old Ken Slamcock, or excuse me, Shamrock.
Well, okay, maybe not that much better. To promoting his own brand of clothing. In an era where most fighters were happy to simply get a tap-out sponsorship, Tito was creating his own clothing line. And while his forays into the world of acting were questionable.
Hell yeah, sick. I'd eat that shit up.
And his t-shirts look like an AI-generated image for tap-out shirt but uglier and with more shit all over it. He was still one of the first fighters to really recognize that their time in the sport was brief and to make as much money from as many different avenues as possible. Chuck, on the other hand, was the anti-Tito. Where Tito had flame shorts, Chuck had ice. Where Tito's head was the size of 2 wine barrels stacked atop each other, Chuck's head was relatively normal. Where Tito had over-the-top trash talk, Chuck was practically reticent. He did all his talking in the octagon, and his trademark mohawk and mustache combo gave him an iconic look all of his own. But most importantly, where Tito desired to be an actor and a businessman, Chuck just wanted to be a fighter. Tito had broken the records of the day with his first fight against the old Ken Slamcock at UFC 40, doing a then unheard of 150,000 pay-per-view buys. The next logical step was to make Chuck versus Tito and watch the pay-per-views explode. But Tito didn't want to fight Chuck.
One of your best friends, Chuck Liddell, is next in line. What's going to happen?
I don't know. I'm not really thinking about that right now. Me and Chuck, I guess we got to sit back and look at it. I guess we got to renegotiate things, because me and Chuck, our friendship's not worth the money we're getting paid, if you ask me. I love Chuck as a friend. If we're going to get in here and do what we just did right now, I'm going to make it worthwhile myself and his self.
Chuck, on the other hand, was always a company man. His loyalty was to Dana first and foremost. When Dana said jump, Chuck got that look in his eye.
This is the business you're in. Chuck Liddell is more than willing to fight you, best buddy.
Tito attempted to negotiate a bigger payday in order to fight his friend, and in a story that will sound all too familiar to even the most recent of MMA converts, negotiations with Dana broke down, and Tito took his light heavyweight title and sat out for a year. While Tito was sidelined, Liddell fought that rarest of earthly beauties, Randy Couture.
This is no ordinary love.
For the interim light heavyweight title at UFC 43. That event managed to sell a third of the pay-per-views that Tito vs Shamrock had. Tito's trash talk was doing something Liddell's reticence couldn't. It was selling. Whether Dana wanted to admit it or not, Tito was a star. Tito eventually returned from self-imposed exile, and he and Chuck would ultimately fight each other twice in the UFC, at UFC 47 in 2004 and UFC 66 in 2006.
I always have pre-fight rituals. They suck too. I throw up and I cry. That's just me, man. I'm an emotional person, and my adrenaline's rushing so hard, and if there's anything in my stomach, it's for surely coming up. When I walk out in the octagon, I feel tears coming down. It's just an automatic, and that's the emotions. Yummy.
UFC 66 set a record for its day with over 1 million buys. 1 million buys in the days when the average person thought MMA was a joke sport made up for that one episode of Friends was unheard of.
Chuck Liddell remains the light heavyweight champion!
Chuck and Tito were superstars, but UFC 66 was the zenith of that stardom. A new era of younger stars were in their ascendancy. Anderson Silva, George St. Pierre, Rampage Jackson, while Chuck and Tito were rapidly approaching whatever the fight game equivalent of season 35 of The Simpsons is. All of which leads us back to The Ultimate Fighter season 11 and that fateful neck surgery. 4 years after their record-breaking pay-per-view, Chuck and Tito were set to fight one last time. A depressing prospect given both men were past their prime, riding losing streaks, and Tito had lost both previous encounters. There never was no rivalry in that sense. But the neck surgery scuttled that fight, and instead, Chuck was sent on the lightless walk by Bible Daddy Rich Franklin. He retired soon after.
Most of all, I want to thank my fans, family, but anyway,
there are some desires that are eternal. Money, power, beauty. For Valentina to notice me and maybe beat me up. In 2018, former champion boxer Oscar De La Hoya desired money, and so he staged his own MMA event under the banner of Golden Boy Promotions and coaxed a 48-year-old Chuck and a 43-year-old Tito out of retirement with a chance to turn back the clock and feel the fire of youthful competition once more. Somewhere in the deep pockets of the earth, an eldritch god awakened, whispered an unintelligible curse, and Liddell vs. Ortiz 3 was conceived. I'll spare you the details. No one wanted to see Chuck vs. Tito 3. This was the least necessary trilogy since The Hobbit. It was a 300-page children's book with none of the depth nor complexities of The Lord of the Rings. It did not need to be 3 fucking movies. The MMA media and fans were scathing in their appraisal of De La Hoya's blatant cash grab. Liddell displayed all the poise and stride of an octogenarian with osteoporosis, a mohawked mockery of his former self. His movements were so slow and stiff, he looked like unseen forces were trying to weekend at Bernie's his corpse around the ring. Outside of a late-stage Bigfoot Silva fight, there were fewer visuals more depressing than a 48-year-old Chuck getting one-punch KO'd by Tito on a pay-per-view that sold less copies than the limited edition of Saint Anger that comes with extra snare. Tito would go on to have one more fight, in which he choked out Alberto Del Rio, who coincidentally was the guy who wore a luchador mask while getting his head kicked clean off his shoulders by Mirko Krokop back in Pride. But fortunately for all of us, both Chuck and Tito remain retired till this day. There's a UFC-produced documentary about Chuck and Tito that was released to hype up the Season 11 fight that never was. And it's worth watching today, just to see how spiteful and petty Dana White really is. Throughout the course of the hour-long video, Dana takes every shot at Tito imaginable, never missing an opportunity to put him down or make him look stupid, while at the same time lifting Chuck up as the paragon of badassery. And it's painfully obvious that Dana legitimately hates Tito for no reason other than Tito had the temerity to try and negotiate for a better piece of the pie. The documentary actually has the opposite effect, in that it ends up painting Ortiz as a sympathetic character, a man who really didn't want to fight his friend and seems genuinely upset at the prospect of doing so, a man who is just trying to make as much money as he can in a career that is nasty, brutish and short. The film ends with these title cards, which are an incredibly unsubtle way of saying Chuck is smart and got a vice president job at the UFC, Tito is a meathead still fighting to pay his bills. What it fails to mention though, is that Chuck never turned up for a single day of work, yet still collected the paychecks and was fired as soon as the UFC was sold to Endeavour, and that for all his faults, Tito at least managed to finish his career on a 3-fight win streak. Did I just make a pro Tito video?
I think Tito was dating that porn star Jenna Jameson or something for a while.
As 2010 drew to a close, we'd seen earthquakes, the Occupy movement, and if further proof was needed that this era was an idyllic and innocent landscape compared to the one we inhabit today, it arrived in the form of Time magazine, voting the Stygian horror squirming within a human skin suit, Mark Zuckerberg, as their Person of the Year.
I do jujitsu now. Please like me. I am not an eldritch abomination that will one day consume the stars and the very blackness behind them.
Season 12 of Tough arrived in September of 2010.
When's the next skating vlog? You might have to wait for a while. It's like winter now.
To its immediate predecessor, Season 12 is far more entertaining, and that's mostly thanks to the dynamic of its coaches. welterweight legend George St. Pierre, and welterweight Josh Koscheck.
Yeah.
As GSP himself put it,
I'm the perfect good guy against the perfect bad boy.
the season also had some pretty unique contestants, such as Cody McKenzie. McKenzie stuck out by being fairly antithetical to the average tough contestant douche bro stereotype.
I'm also a commercial fisherman in Alaska, but I enjoy fighting a little bit more.
He was unathletic, didn't seem to be particularly skilled.
I'm from a place where we don't really have a coach. We do our own thing. We kind of just work off each other and train each other.
And spoke like he was permanently higher than Steven Seagal's cholesterol.
I'm looking forward to the house. Wish we could have some girls in it, but it's cool.
While it might have looked like the only thing McKenzie had ever submitted were unemployment papers, he had a secret weapon.
I do have my own little trick, but you'll all see it over the rest of the season.
McKenzie had mastered his own guillotine choke variant, now known as the McKenzie-tine.
You know what George said to me? That kid's gonna win by guillotine choke.
The guillotine's here. I flip it over and go this way so it hits both arteries, and sooner or later they'll go to sleep or they'll tap.
Cody had 9 straight guillotine wins going into season 12, and he utilized the McKenzie-tine to eliminate Team Koscheck's #1 pick, much to the chagrin of Koscheck.
Koscheck was absolutely horrified when Stevens gets choked out unconscious in under 20 seconds by George St. Pierre's #6 pick. Horrified.
McKenzie was the kind of tough contestant who made great TV. In a house that looked like it was populated by Saints Row NPCs, McKenzie looked as out of place as Sam Alvey at a Hall of Fame ceremony. While other contestants trained at high-profile gyms, he was the master of what appeared to be some real-life ninja shit he cooked up in his garage. McKenzie was like if Season 1's Jason Thacker had actually trained MMA.
Cody, I don't know what his deal is. I'm still scratching my head regarding that guy, you know. If I had his looks and, you know, his, barreled chest, I wouldn't be talking too much, because I'm going to get one of my guys to smash him.
Much to the joy of Koscheck, McKenzie was eliminated in the quarterfinals.
Down goes McKenzie. Down goes McKenzie.
But thanks in part to his quirkiness, Cody was given a UFC contract, and under the UFC banner he amassed a record of 2 wins, 4 losses. His career would barely qualify as a footnote in UFC history, if not for the fact that he was semi-responsible for the UFC turning this into this. At UFC on Fox 9 in December of 2013, Cody fought Sam Stout. Nothing unusual there, aside from the fact that McKenzie was wearing a pair of basketball shorts fresh off the rack at Target that still had the price tag on them. Halfway through the fight, Herb Dean was forced to rip the price tag off like an over-enthusiastic shoplifter.
What that was UFC amateur hour. If it's not bad enough that he's out there with basketball shorts on, okay? How about he's got the price tag still on the shorts during the fight? It was that's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. Cody McKenzie's a strange dude, but it's not Cody McKenzie's fault that that happened tonight. That's the UFC's fault, and it's not to mention the fact that we're here for a show on Fox, and it's pretty damn embarrassing.
A little over a year after Shortsgate, the UFC took its first step towards auctioning off its own identity and commodifying its soul when they introduced the universally hated Reebok Fight Kit. Thanks, Cody.
Greatest day of my life. You can never know how great it feels. There's no words to say it, man. You gotta get in here to know how it feels.
The season also had memorable moments such as contestant Nam Fan, who eliminated McKenzie from the competition.
Down goes McKenzie. Down goes...
And also eliminated several million potential competitors in the Tough House shower.
Nam Fan cut. Whacking his kazam. If MMA doesn't work, he can open up a plumbing business because he was cleaning those pipes like...
Another larger-than-life character was Alex Caceres, a man who exuded Adesanya levels of kung fu and anime-loving weebery. Caceres managed to irritate almost every single person in the house thanks to his permanent shit-munching grin and an ego larger than an original Xbox. Fellow contestant Sako Chivichian was so incensed by his antics, he rather comically tried to assault him with a crumpled napkin.
So I just told him like to eat it, and he got really mad. Tried to throw he tried to throw a napkin at me.
Caceres was another character that made for perfect viewing, as each week people tuned in to see if anyone had blast doubled that smile off his anime-loving face yet. But the real draw of Season 12 was the rivalry between GSP and Koscheck. The last time we saw Koscheck on The Ultimate Fighter was Season 1 back in 2006.
Yeah.
Koscheck was an arrogant, immature jock bully who, alongside Bobby Southworth, was responsible for the most infamous moment of Tough 1 when they provoked a drunk Chris Lieben to punch his way through a glass door.
I'm an instigator.
Lieben and Koscheck's rivalry was responsible for the highest rated episodes of Season 1, but by Season 11, 4 years after Tough 1, Koscheck had matured and grown. Not just as a fighter, but as a person too. No, I'm just kidding. Koscheck was still a tremendous dickhead.
Down go.
Season 12 is a joyous experience, as it is essentially 12 episodes of Josh Koscheck collecting more L's than a Welsh signage company.
I don't mind losing, but to a nerd? Come on, boys. Get together. You know, we're losing to a bunch of nerds. You know?
Koscheck had aged about as well as this advert for Microsoft Flight Simulator. He was still the same jock douche bro we'd seen in Season 1, and from the first minute of Season 11, he tries everything in his power to bait GSP into losing his cool. Koscheck tries to prank him by blocking his car doors.
What the I've been bullied at school, you know, all my life, you know, growing up, and it's not something new. I'm used to deal with things like that, you know. A lot of people, they take my kindness for weakness.
But the most surprising thing about this prank is that GSP is driving a fucking Toyota Camry. He harasses GSP's fighters.
This ain't Alaska anymore, homie.
He makes painfully unfunny gay jokes.
Alright, I'm training him. Do I look good in mine? Cute, right? All those guys in the stands, you like them looking at you? In the Speedos? No?
And when he realizes GSP isn't taking the bait, he starts legitimately beefing with Team GSP's medic, Brad Tate.
Oh, he's pushing my buttons. I'm not afraid of the guy. I don't care.
Who is Brad Tate? You know, I don't know why you're here. You're a male nurse, and I don't know why you're here.
Don't be coming in here. Don't come. Don't. Come on, Tate. I'll get you. You know what? Don't. Right in your face. He depassed me, which, if you're gonna embarrass me, you're gonna do more than that.
Oh, look at your flinch rate. You're a male nurse, bro.
Dude, is that the fish?
I'm gonna you up in about 2 minutes.
So I got 120 more seconds?
Listen, bro.
Why are you putting your hand?
Dude, what a fucking asshole. Jesus Christ. What a literal piece of shit.
It's often said that when someone is operating on a higher level than their peers, that they are playing four-dimensional chess. But GSP wasn't playing four-dimensional chess. GSP was operating on a plane so far removed from Koscheck's that he was playing ASCII Dwarf Fortress with the fucking Steel Battalion controller. GSP is a titanic brain tactician who would go to extreme lengths just to mess with his opponents' heads.
If you look at the fight closely, in BJ Penn entry to the octagon, when he's walking into the octagon, you can see how I cheat. I hire a man to kiss BJ Penn on the mouth on his way to the octagon. And at that precise moment, BJ Penn lost all his strength and all his focus, and the fight was mine.
It was even rumored that GSP hired Brad Tate solely for the purpose of antagonizing Koscheck.
I believe that George didn't want the pressure of talking, so he hired this guy Brad Tate to come in, run his mouth, and pretty much get under my skin. Smart move, George, because it worked.
You cannot outmaneuver GSP. He is the Erwin Rommel of MMA. He's playing XCOM on Iron Man mode, while you're playing the Bureau XCOM Declassified, which actually wasn't a bad game really. I mean, when you think you've gotten one over on him, GSP is already 10 steps ahead. Koscheck, a man who doesn't seem to understand the concept of motorboating, never stood a chance.
I'm gonna run over there and probably just, get in George's face and motorboat his ass.
While he was making gay jokes, GSP was making fake pick lists to trick Koscheck into choosing the wrong fighters.
So as we go into the team picks, I noticed that George St. Pierre is holding his team picks in his hand, and it's facing me and Koscheck.
You got all your hanging out there, bro. It's a strategy.
So he made Koscheck go after Stevens first so he could get Michael Johnson.
Exactly.
Well played, George St. Pierre. Well played.
While Koscheck was wasting energy beefing with the male nurse, GSP brought in Mike Tyson, Freddie Roach, John Danaher with hair, kinda, Greg Jackson, and infamously Muay Thai coach Jean-Charles Skarbowski, who turned up to the gym with more booze in his system than Connor at the Khabib presser.
Gonna be long night.
Yes.
He knows this.
Lord, Jamie, that's
He knows
crazy.
this.
And still beat the crap out of everyone on Team GSP.
That guy is brutal. He beat us all up and he was drunk, so that guy can fight.
To be fair to Koscheck, he did have a pre-UFC Daniel Cormier on his coaching staff, but in a multiple-choice exam, you're guaranteed to get at least one question right. Things got so bad for Team Koscheck that Mark Stevens, Josh's #1 pick, got hammered and spent an entire evening taking the piss out of Koscheck.
Me and English working pads and wrestling, Andy doing jiu-jitsu by himself. While I, Josh Koscheck, sit here with 2 cell phones, 1 in each hand, twittering and text messaging.
GSP never lost his cool at any point during the show, but towards the end of the season, he did admit that Koscheck had gotten under his skin, which didn't really work out for Koscheck quite the way he had planned. On December 11th, 2010, at UFC 124, GSP and Koscheck finally faced off in the octagon. This was the second time they had fought, their first match being a 3-round unanimous decision win for GSP back in 2007. But the fight that took place on that December night of 2010 was a beating so one-sided, so sadistic, that most people forget that the first fight even existed. From the first bell, it was clear GSP was fighting this fight personally. This was for 8 weeks of pranks and insults at the hands of Koscheck, and for the ghosts of a childhood littered with bullies just like him. George drew the fight out for 5 excruciating rounds in order to maximize punishment. Like a low-kick spammer in Tekken, for 25 minutes, GSP kept mashing the jab button. Over and over and over. By the end of the fight, Koscheck's right eyeball looked like it was trying to give birth to itself and had begun crowning.
I see some battle wounds and some bruises. That's great.
GSP won another unanimous decision, and Koscheck won a broken orbital bone. Josh was never quite the same after this fight. He did have 2 more wins, but one was over the spectre of Matt Hughes.
I don't even have time for a country breakfast.
And the other, a relative journeyman named Mike Pierce. After that, he went on a 6-fight losing streak before retiring in 2017. While this might seem like an anti-Koscheck video, before we move on, I would just like to reiterate what I said when I talked about Season 1 of Tough. Koscheck may be an asshole, but I don't think he's a bad person. He's not John Jones T-boning pregnant women, or McGregor imposing his whiskey upon the elderly with acts of physical violence.
Introducing proper number 12, Irish apple. Smooth to the core. How do you like them apples?
Josh is an asshole, but there's still something endearing about him. He played the heel well, and as one of the key characters of Tough 1, he'll always be an important figure in the MMA landscape, and one we probably owe a significant debt of gratitude to.
Yeah.
I think we will watch this video another time. I'm gonna have a long day tomorrow, so I'm going to end the stream now, get some rest. Tomorrow, the Turkey Tom documentary should be coming out around 2 p.m. Eastern, so we're gonna react to that on stream. And I should be streaming pretty early, probably around 4:35-ish. I have a doctor's appointment at 3, but once I get back from the appointment, I'm going to be streaming. And it'll probably be a pretty long stream, too. So, I hope you guys had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And sweet dreams. Oh. And Insane Animals donate to others. Whoa, dude, these locals just play with them. What the fuck?
Good luck.
Wow, that's a pretty kitty. That's a wild fucking leopard? Jesus. I didn't know they were so goddamn friendly. If I ever meet a leopard in real life, remind me to just play with it. Dude, what the fuck? These people are insane. That's a really pretty cat, though. Is that a lion? What is that? Holy shit, that's a fucking lion. The fuck? Lion in India. I didn't know India had lions. Did it escape from a zoo or something? I thought India only had tigers. Imagine going to India and seeing a fucking lion on the road. I thought they only had tigers. That's really fucking weird. Well, thanks for the donation, Insane Animals. Alright, well, it's nighty-night time. Thanks again, everybody. See you all tomorrow. Sweet dreams.